Chapter 725. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Sun Lang repeated the question 3 times. The pain and resentment that tore his wound open again twisted into evil pleasure. This was the function of the human body. When the body was stimulated by pain, the endogenous opioid peptides would be released to fight against the pain and produce twisted pleasure. He had never done anything like this before. He had never completely revealed all his experiences and pain. Whether it was Zhao Yunlong or Zhang Yinluo, the truth that they knew was only a part of it. They had never seen the entirety of their own hearts. The soul was fragile, unstable, and changeable. The soul wandered between light and darkness. The soul was fickle. This was the case for human beings. They were easily affected by the outside world and easily changed by fate. And Jia Shidao, his former cousin, former comrade of Tianyuan, and former brother, experienced it himself today. He witnessed it with his own eyes today. The transmigrator from Earth, the visitor from the outer realms, the peerless general who once dazzled the 6 armies, the reincarnated war saint who once stood tall, saw Sun Lang's pain, anger, and darkness. What I mean is, you understand it completely now, don't you? Sun Lang's smile had completely disappeared. His emotions seemed to have disappeared. Like a robot, he patted Jia Shidao's shoulder and asked in a cold tone. I should be clear enough. The cause and effect, everything, my origin, my relationship with the Rongwa mansion, my experience, my view of the world, everything I've encountered. You should understand it all now. He said this and then asked, We've been brothers for a few years. You know me, and I know you. You're a good boy. You're sensible. You know right and wrong. You're young, so you still think that the world is either black or white. You won't mix with mud. So, you should understand. Jia Shidao looked at him blankly. His eyes were weak and helpless, hiding an inexplicable plea. Sun Lang said, You understand, right? Who's right and who's wrong? I don't think I've done anything wrong from the beginning to the end, right? Was that the case? Actually, after I crawled out of the great desolate mountain, I found a random place to bury myself. I didn't move for 7 or 8 days. I was thinking about what I had done in the past few years. I was thinking about what I had experienced in the past 6 years. I was wondering if I had done something wrong to end up like this. That's right. They kidnapped me and forced me to fight. They forced me to kill the Sky Demon. I fought and killed them. I had no enmity with those aliens, but I ended up killing them. This is my fault, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? If I were to die at the hands of the Sky Demon, that would be a matter of course. But why were you the ones who plotted to kill me? Not only did I not provoke you, but I also seem to have contributed greatly, right? Without me, how many more of you would have died? Millions or tens of millions? Without me, how long would this battle have lasted? 10 years or 100 years? What was going on? What are you trying to do? Can't you be reasonable? He repeated as he patted Jia Shidao's shoulder and slowly exhaled. I thought about it for a long time, and I finally came to a conclusion. I don't think I've done anything wrong. I came here to help you fight, to kill your enemies, to reform your military system, to compile your military code, to win many battles for you, to kill many Sky Demon for you, and in the end, to be burned by you after you've outlived your usefulness. I don't think it's my fault, right? Isn't that right? He rambled on like a resentful wife, but Jia Shidao felt colder and colder as he listened. He had a premonition. He seemed to know what his brother was trying to say. As expected. At this point, Sun Lang paused, and his tone became gentle. Cousin. Oh no, I'm sorry, I can't call you that now. I'm just a commoner from the outer region, and I don't dare to climb up the branches of your prestigious family. As a person, you can't be so shameless, right? He put his arm around Jia Shidao's shoulder as if he was drunk and swayed his body. He turned to look at Jia Shidao and said seriously, So, young Duke Jia, you're a kind person. You've read books, and you're knowledgeable. Tell me, haven't I done anything wrong in the past 6 years? Jia Sherdao nodded slowly. He didn't even know how he made a sound. Yes. In the end, I was burned after I've outlived my usefulness. Shouldn't I? Yes. Am I going to take revenge? Yes. Sun Lang nodded with satisfaction, and then he said, but to take revenge, you have to have an enemy. The goal has to be accurate so that you can do things in an orderly manner, right? Yes. Then, who's the enemy? Sun Lang's expression became meaningful, and his voice became low. He turned his head and didn't look at Jia Sherdao's expression. He looked at the ground, and no one knew where his gaze fell. In other words, who should I blame for the hardships I've suffered in the past 6 years? Jia Sherdao couldn't answer this question. Or rather, he didn't dare to answer this question. His body kept shaking, and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. His lips were trembling. Fear dominated his body. He had never been so scared before. The person next to him used to be his most respected brother, his most trusted relative. But now, he was so unfamiliar, so distant, so scary. Sun Lang's voice was close, but it seemed to be far away. At that time, I thought for a while about who I should take revenge on. I had to make a list. The Emperor killed the loyal. He was cruel, selfish, and despicable. He deserved to die. Tensei Province repaid kindness with ingratitude. He played with people's hearts. He deserved to die. Bai Yue couldn't tell right from wrong. He was foolishly loyal and ridiculous. He deserved to die. The devil ancestor hid a knife in his smile. He was evil. He deserved to die. Every sentence was made up of hatred, exuding a strong murderous aura, condensing endless hatred. Jia Sherdao listened to every sentence. His heart seemed to be hanging high in the sky, and under his feet was a boiling sea of lava. His heart was hanging high, and the burning heat and the cold death tormented his body. He hadn't heard that sentence yet. He hadn't heard Sun Lang say that sentence. But he knew that it was inevitable. Sun Lang listed a dozen things, finished them in one breath, exhaled, and then said, "At that time, I thought so much in one breath. If I killed them one by one, this country would probably collapse. But it doesn't matter. I don't care. It's none of my business. This isn't my country. Why the F***ck do I care about it? I just feel that something isn't right. It seems like something is missing. This list doesn't seem to be complete. There's still one culprit who isn't on it." "Who is it?" Jia Sherdao closed his eyes in pain. He couldn't even beg. Sun Lang said faintly, "Then, I figured it out. At first, I blamed all the problems on the Sky Demon. If it weren't for the Sky Demon's invasion, the Empire wouldn't have sent me here in desperation. But, first of all, the Sky Demon is dead. Second of all, I realized that this isn't the main point of the problem. Whether the Sky Demon invades or not, it's none of my business. Even if they win, destroy this world, and all of you humans, what does it have to do with me? I'm from another world. No matter how ferocious the Sky Demon is, it can't hit me. So, why should I blame them? It doesn't seem objective to blame all the problems on the Empire. Although they're trash and can't beat the Sky Demon, that's their business. Whether they win or lose, whether 10 million people die or 100 million die, what does it have to do with me? What does the survival of this world have to do with an ordinary human? Then, here's the problem. I, Sun Lang, an ordinary earthling, should have lived an ordinary life. What exactly is it that made me come here to sacrifice myself for the greater good? What made me come here to sacrifice myself for the greater good? I was stabbed twice by a group of stupid humans and sacrificed everything I had to create a happy life for all of you? That's the key to the matter. That's the culprit. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? He turned around and faced Jia Sherdao. He pressed his head and forced him to open his eyes. It's your cousin. It's the Rongwa family. It's the Jia family. It's you. If the Rongwa family hadn't given birth to that bastard, he wouldn't have run away from home. If he hadn't run away from home, he wouldn't have participated in that stupid plan. If he hadn't participated in that plan, if he hadn't been so useless, he wouldn't have died. As long as that bastard didn't exist, I wouldn't have come to this world. Whether it's the sky demon or the humans, it has nothing to do with me even if you destroy this planet. I don't care about your life or death. I don't care who wins or loses. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want to care and I can't care. But who sent me here? Who caused me to leave my hometown and never see my family again? It's the Tensei province. It's the Jia family. It's him who caused me to transmigrate. He extended his tragic fate onto me, destroyed my life, and paid for your hateful world. All of this originally had nothing to do with me, but King experienced it. Why did this happen? Even here, Sun Lang's words were not fierce. It was as if he was just narrating a story that had nothing to do with him. Now, do you understand? Sun Lang said calmly. Do you think I'll use that name again? Do you think I'll play that person again? Replace that person's identity, return to his home, call his grandmother grandmother, inherit his family business and title, abandon my past and name, and live on with his identity? Do you think I'll do that? Do you think I should hate you? Should I hate you? Chapter 726. Tell me, should I hate you? Should I hate you? It was just a question, and his tone was very light. But it was like the fiercest hammer strike, knocking Jia Sherdao to the ground. Jia Sherdao, who had come aggressively and glared at them, was now in a daze. He sat on the ground like a dog in a rainy day. He couldn't refute. He used to be eloquent, but now he was tongue-tied. This wasn't a situation that could be changed with eloquence. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with a sharp tongue. This problem was unsolvable, because it already had a self-evident answer. Sun Lang was a victim. That was obvious. He was originally from another world. Even if the Tianyuan War was a bloodbath, it had nothing to do with him. In another world, he had no responsibilities or obligations. However, he was unreasonably captured to this world and forced to participate in battles. His body and mind were greatly ravaged and tortured. After he established great merits and glory, what awaited him was unhesitatingly betrayal. This kind of thing, no matter how much one talked about it, was unjust and wrong. So he had the right to hate, the right to resent, and the reason to take revenge. The spearhead was not only pointed at the emperor, not only at Tensei province, but also at the Rongwa mansion. But as a member of the Jia mansion, Jia Sherdao could only smile bitterly and couldn't say anything to refute. Any debate was useless. The Jia mansion was also a victim, and the Rongwa mansion had also lost their grandson. It was all the emperor's fault. These words were useless. Sun Lang had made it very clear that he didn't care whether the Jia mansion was innocent or not. He didn't care about the result of the war. All of this had nothing to do with him. He was originally an ordinary person without any worries in another world. Who caused him to come to this world? Who directly caused his transmigration? It was obvious who it was. Jia Sherdao had nothing to say. In front of such hatred that couldn't be washed away by the water of the four seas, explaining lost all meaning. It didn't matter whether he was innocent or not. Hatred and rationality were contradictory things to begin with. Revenge was the product of unreasonable and intense emotions. He couldn't say anything. In front of such a reality, in front of Sun Lang, a word of sorry was too heavy. It was so heavy that he didn't have the right to say it. But now, he only felt very sad, a sadness that was etched into his bones. He sat on the ground, raised his head, and stared blankly at the person standing in front of him. Even today, he had revealed all of his past and origin, revealing all of his most painful memories, tearing open the scabbed wounds again, and facing the dark past again. Even an outsider like himself would feel extremely sad and shocked by such a story. It was hard to imagine how painful and torturous it would be for someone who had experienced it personally. However, the person in front of him still had a calm expression. He didn't see any sadness or hatred. It was as if he was telling a story that had nothing to do with him. It wasn't that he had gotten over it, but that he had long since gotten used to it. He had immersed all his hatred and sorrow into his body, every inch of his bones, every drop of his blood, and every word he said. Jia Sherdao clenched his teeth tightly and clenched his fists. His heart throbbed violently. He had once regarded his cousin as his lifelong confidant. He felt that he was his cousin's best partner and assistant. He was the person who understood him the most in the world. He thought that the two brothers had a tacit understanding. He hoped that one day, the two of them would enter the court at the same time. His brother would be the first minister, and he would be the second minister. If the brothers worked together, they would definitely be able to change the world. But now he knew that his brother wasn't his brother, and he had never understood the person in front of him. The anger he had shown before was like a child's. He was angry at his brother's silence, and blamed his brother's alienation and avoidance. However, this anger was insignificant. In front of the bloody truth, his sadness and anger were not worth mentioning. He couldn't help but think of the situation 2 years ago. The days in the army were his happiest days. Although the war was hard, everyone had the same dream and fought for the same reason. They were surrounded by trustworthy fellow soldiers, and by their side was an elder brother whom they could follow for the rest of their lives. Everyone was a good person. His brother was as bright as the sun, and the sun shone on everyone. He was very generous to his soldiers, but merciless to his enemies. He was cruel and kind, evil and kind, cold and easygoing. He had two different faces when facing his enemies and friends. Everyone liked this trait. He was the kind of comrade and superior that you could show off to everyone. He had won every battle, had outstanding military achievements, was young, and had a bright future. Everyone believed that he would be the future pillar of the empire. Everyone liked him very much. It wasn't just because he could fight. Usually, he had the vigor of a young man and could chat with everyone. He had endless stories in his head. Some could make people's blood boil, and they couldn't help but roar with excitement. Some could also make people's blood boil, and they couldn't help but laugh meaningfully. Being approachable and courteous to the wise seemed to be a trait that all people in power must have, but there were not many people who could do it well. This was because no matter how courteous the nobles were, they would still involuntarily show disdain and arrogance when facing lowly peasants. No matter how kind they appeared on the surface, the pride in their bones could not be hidden. This was because a courteous attitude came from one's cultivation and identity, not from the soul's sense of identity. But he could do it. It seemed that in his eyes, everyone was the same. Jia Sherdao used to believe that this was the trait of a great person. He felt that his brother did have this charm. He could treat everyone equally, and he knew what equality and respect were. So many people gathered around him. He used to be proud of his brother, but now everything had collapsed. The brother who smiled, the brother who talked dirty, the brother who teased everyone, the brother who talked and laughed with the soldiers. Such a person who was like the sun, who smiled all day and brought warmth to others all day, was actually burdened with a painful past and deep hatred. While he was smiling, he must have been hesitating in his heart. He was hesitating whether to take revenge or how to deal with his own affairs. The sadness of never being able to see his family, the pain of being treated as a puppet, the joy of being trusted and respected by his fellow soldiers, and the joy of being supported by the soldiers. This kind of conflict and dilemma had probably tortured him for a very, very long time. But he didn't know anything. He stood beside his brother with a clear conscience and treated him as his cousin. He thought he knew him very well, but he didn't know anything. And this wasn't the most important thing. The words from before still echoed in his ears. His hatred, his murderous intent, the madness that went deep into his bones, and the murderous ravings. This was normal. It was normal for people who had experienced that kind of thing, whose hope and happiness had been shattered twice in a row, to do anything. Even if they were crazy enough to destroy everything, it was normal. Jia Sherdao closed his eyes in pain, but tears flowed down his face and couldn't be stopped. Sun Lang's narration was very calm, but he could imagine how Sun Lang felt at that time. He struggled out of the bloody battle in the Great Barren Mountain and ended the war, but lost everything because he had nowhere to go and couldn't go home. Everything that had happened in the past 6 years was just an illusion. This war had started with pain and ended with despair. His hope had been shattered and his home had been taken away. All that was left was a man who was filled with rage and hatred. Other than hatred and revenge, he had nothing else. So he could only take revenge and hate. He listed the culprits crazily, and the hatred continued and magnified. It wasn't just the emperor or Tensei province. The hatred devoured the soul, and madness and malice continued to spread. So the Jia family was guilty, and even the whole world was guilty. It was normal for people who had experienced that kind of thing to think and do anything. But 2 years had passed. The empire didn't light the fire, and the Rongwa mansion existed peacefully. No one died. He didn't do anything. Jia Sherdao clenched his teeth, and his tears flowed like a river. He didn't do anything. For more than 2 years, he had been alone. The hatred that could burn the world was surging in his body, and then he had suppressed it time and time again. What kind of power could suppress such hatred? What kind of heart could control such anger? He would never understand. He only knew that he had never understood his elder brother. He had never understood this person. His heart was throbbing violently, and his emotions were surging. Under the ups and downs of his state of mind, he lost control of his true qi. In a burst of pain, Jia Sherdao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Sun Lang shook his head slightly. He came to Jia Sherdao's side and pressed his hand on his chest. Strong internal strength flowed in to help him stabilize the chaotic true qi. Jia Sherdao's eyes were crying. He barely reached out and grabbed Sun Lang's arm. Sun Lang said indifferently, "You must have rushed here through the night. You need to rest." Jia Sherdao's voice became very weak. He even struggled to speak. He said, Your news was given to me by my father." Sun Lang was startled. He nodded and said, "I know. You go to sleep first." Hearing this, Jia Sherdao showed an extremely complicated and sad smile. Then he fainted. Sun Lang was silent for a moment. Then he sighed, picked Jia Sherdao up and kicked the door open. He saw Wei Zhongxian standing by the door with a calm expression as usual. Sun Lang stared and said, "Wow, you were eavesdropping." Wei Zhongxian bowed and said, "Master didn't hide it from me before. I thought it would be like usual this time, but I didn't expect it to be like this. I heard it, but there's nothing I can do. Master, do you want to kill me?" Sun Lang snorted. "Where is the empty room?" Wei Zhongxian immediately led the way. "Master, this way please." The master and servant took Jia Sherdao on their way. Neither of them mentioned killing him again. After walking for a while, Wei Zhongxian suddenly said, "Master." Sun Lang replied, "Yes? If anyone dares to say that you're not a good person, I'll slap him to death. F***CKU. It's not your turn to call me a good person, old eunuch." "Master, you're talking nonsense again." "Then, where did you get the news, Master Sherdao?" Hearing this, Sun Lang stopped and frowned. "I'm not sure. It might be a bit troublesome because it was his father, Jia Su, who gave him the news." Chapter 727. Jia Sherdao had a dream. It was a very, very long dream. He dreamed that he had returned to the past. He had been freed from years of confinement, and had gone north to join the army with his father's permission and his family's expectations. He met his cousin whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The last time they had met was a long time ago. At that time, they were all children, and now they didn't remember each other. Too much time had passed, and now they had grown up. His brother, who was born in the Ningua mansion, had become a famous general in the 6 armies. At that time, he had very complicated feelings about his cousin. There was curiosity, dissatisfaction, and a little admiration. He had heard about his cousin's deeds, and knew that he had been a troublemaker for the Rongua mansion a few years ago. He didn't expect that in just a few years, he had been reborn and had become so successful. He was dissatisfied with the other parties running away from home a few years ago. This daring action made the Ningua mansion become a frightened bird. When the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would suffer. In order to prevent him from imitating, the mansion imposed the strictest confinement on him. All of this was thanks to his cousin. He didn't know how many times he had scolded his cousin in the past few years. But in addition to curiosity and dissatisfaction, he really admired his cousin. No matter what, since he had made meritorious contributions on the battlefield and become famous in the army, there must be something extraordinary about him. But admiration didn't mean that he had to grovel and flatter his brother. He, Jia Sherdao, didn't go north to join the army to take advantage of his relative. Since the troublemaker of the Rongua mansion could make a great career on the battlefield, then the troublemaker of the Ningua mansion could also. At that time, he had been holding his breath. Although his cousin was indifferent to him and didn't have the enthusiasm of a brother in the family, and didn't take care of his future in the army, he still did his duty as an elder brother. He had learned a lot from his cousin, whether it was the skills of battle formations or strategizing. After all, there was a distance of blood and fire between the military books and the battlefield. Time passed quickly, and the fledgling on the battlefield had fully grown wings. He finally stood out, made a brilliant contribution, and spread his name. His relationship with his brother had also improved a lot. The two of them were no longer as awkward and distant as when they first met. Instead, they slowly became closer. They first became good friends, then real brothers. During this process, he gradually became convinced by his brother's charisma, respected him, and admired him. He felt that his brother was a very powerful person. His brother seemed to have a unique quality, and he firmly believed that it was the quality of a great person. Obviously, his brother was a rare genius, a hero born in the chaotic world of Tianyuan. The Sky Demon's disaster in the Divine Land would inevitably end in his hands, and the new era would continue under his feet into the future. Jia Sherdao thought so, and so did the people around his brother. He dreamed that one day, everyone would completely defeat the Sky Demon under his brother's leadership. The imperial court would reward his brother according to his merits, and his brother would enter the imperial court to worship him. He would assist his brother as usual. The brothers were of one mind, and their strength could cut through gold. The new battlefield became the imperial court, and the two brothers worked together to sweep away the accumulated abuses and clutter of the empire. As his brother said, after the war, it was time to establish order for the people and establish eternal peace. He was looking forward to all this, and he was also looking forward to the beautiful golden age that his brother had described. But that day did not come. A sudden news crushed everything. After the news of the battle in the Great Barren Mountain came, the whole empire was excited and the world was shocked. The chaos of the Sky Demon, which had lasted for decades and burned the world with the flames of war, had finally ended. The terrible enemy had finally died in the hands of the empire. What an honor, what an outstanding achievement! Such joy should be shared by all the people of the empire. But Jia Sherdao was not happy at all, because his brother did not come back. He could not feel joy or relief. Living until the end of the war was the best wish for every soldier. The end of the Tianyuan War was like a dream. It meant that everyone could finally end the years of bloodshed on the battlefield, return home, and reunite with their families. It meant that the imperial court would reward them according to their merits, and everyone would receive enough rewards. But Jia Sherdao was not happy at all, not at all. Without his brother, everything was meaningless. After being muddle-headed for 2 days, he forced himself to pull himself together. He was his brother's only family in the army, and he had to fulfill his duty as a blood relative. But at that time, he found a huge contradiction. He could not bring back his brother's bones, because the imperial court said that the Great Barren Mountain was destroyed by a huge explosion and nothing was left. In other words, his brother's bones were gone. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to ask about the details of the battle in the Great Barren Mountain, but the special envoy of the imperial court said that it was a top secret of the empire and could not be revealed to anyone for the time being. Everything seemed to be shrouded in a huge and mysterious mystery, and all his questions could not be answered. Unwilling to give up, he secretly investigated, but he was surprised to find that all the clues were covered up by an invisible black hand layer by layer, sinking everything related to the great desolate mountain into endless darkness. He wanted to go deeper into the darkness, but the envoy of the imperial court came again. The envoy not only brought a letter from his father, but also a vague and dangerous message. The envoy quoted a sentence from his cousin when he was alive: "Sometimes ignorance is the greatest happiness." This implied threat could not shake his determination, but he could not continue investigating. It was like diving. The deeper you dive, the darker your surroundings become, and the greater the pressure from the darkness. The force squeezed you and pushed you up. If you insisted on continuing, the force would only grow stronger until you were injured or even crushed into a meat patty. The deeper you dive, the darker your surroundings become, and the greater the resistance. But the darkness and the pressure in the darkness had already explained many things. His brother's death was not that simple. To him, this was like a bolt from the blue. He had read many history books. There were too many examples of capable ministers dying miserably, and the emperor killing people with evil intentions. There were too many examples of similar things in history books, but no one had expected the emperor to do it in such a hurry. Moreover, it was done so seamlessly. His emotions rose and fell, from sadness to doubt, from doubt to shock, from shock to anger, and from anger to hatred. He guessed the truth, but there was nothing he could do. Anger filled his chest, but there was nothing he could do. The murderer was the emperor, and half of the imperial court was covering for him. This kind of world, this kind of country, this kind of court, and this kind of ruler. Then, he pretended to be disheartened, hung up his seal, and resigned to return to his hometown. The so-called suffering humiliation and looking for a good opportunity were not valid. He would not have any opportunities in the imperial court because he was that person's younger brother. The so-called scheming of an emperor was first suspicion and jealousy. He had to stay away from the imperial court, carry an unforgettable hatred, restrain his claws and teeth, and even become a monk. He had to hide in the depths of the mountains, silently planning and preparing for some things. He was not afraid. He was still young, and he could still wait for a long, long time. Thus, he became a monk and became a Taoist priest. He pretended to be indifferent to the mortal world and devoted himself to the mountains and rivers, but he never relaxed. He desperately recalled everything related to his brother's teachings, the words his brother said to him in his free time, his brother's thoughts. He gathered all these things together, searching for the power to overturn the country. He firmly believed that he could find it, because his brother had mentioned something similar before. He believed that, sooner or later, there would be a day when he would seek justice for his brother. But something terrible happened. One day, a person covered in blood stumbled into the Taoist temple. It was his father's trusted aide. He suddenly had a bad premonition. After opening the letter, he was completely stunned. The messenger had died because of his heavy injuries. His father's handwriting was very messy. His father told him to quickly escape to the imperial capital, kowtow in front of the emperor, and ask for help from the imperial court. Because the matter in the letter was so absurd that he could not believe it at all, he rushed back home in the middle of the night. The once magnificent and imposing Ningguo mansion had turned into ruins. He saw the corpses of his parents, his uncles, and the maids and servants. Ningguo mansion was completely gone. There was not a single survivor. On one of the collapsed walls, it was shockingly written that the murderer was Sun Lang, the sky demon of the extraterritorial domain. His heart was filled with hatred. His eyes were bleeding, and he let out a beast-like roar. But the name Sun Lang was inexplicably familiar to him, making him feel extremely uneasy. For some reason, he made an extremely inexplicable and terrifying association. As a result, he once again set off towards the Rongguo residence. He traveled day and night without sleep or rest. Everything around him was grotesque and variegated. The passers-by looked at him as he galloped on his horse. Some people showed sympathy while others sneered. It was as if overnight, everyone knew what had happened to him. Everyone recognized him. Their expressions constantly changed, like the faces of ghosts from hell. Whether it was sympathy or mockery, everything eventually turned into crazy laughter. More and more people appeared along the way. They even formed 2 rows of human walls. The heads were densely packed, and they were all looking at him. The numb faces mechanically changed their expressions. At first, it was sympathy, then it was mockery, and then it was sighing. They seemed to have seen through everything, as if they already knew the result. So they were all laughing. More and more people gathered. They formed 2 human walls, blocking both sides. They watched, and laughed softly. The 2 human walls opened up a path, and he ran on this path. But he turned a blind eye to all of this. He only wanted a result, an answer. At the end of the path, he found it. He saw the raging fire in Rongguo Manor. He saw the people wailing in the flames. He had seen those familiar faces not long ago. After his elder brother died, he came to the manor. He saw old Madame Sure, who was suppressing her grief and commanding calmly. He saw the women crying in a group. Everyone's faces were filled with extreme shock, panic, and sadness. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Because there were no more men in Rongguo Manor. At that time, he felt that Rongguo Manor would not be able to hold on for much longer. Because the only hope had dissipated and the only pillar had collapsed. The house that was forcefully supported could only sway in the wind and rain. Perhaps in the next moment it would collapse. Now it had indeed collapsed. He saw the flames devouring the fragile bodies. Innocent people were struggling and pleading in the flames. He saw the flames burning and spreading everywhere, but he was shocked to find that what made the flames burn was blood. He ran in the flames. He shouted loudly and cursed angrily. Because he knew that the murderer had not gone far. That person was called Sun Lang. He shouted and cursed, wanting the murderer to come out. As he wished, the murderer really appeared. The fiercely burning flames automatically dispersed. The grand buildings and exquisite houses turned into ashes. When he saw the scene behind the flames, his entire body froze. Because he saw the most terrifying, nightmarish scene. He saw old Madame Sure's head. That kind face, that gray hair. The head of the Jia family's ancestor was held in someone's hand. The expression of the old madam before she died was frozen on her face. Shock, fear, and despair. He knew why the old madam had such an expression. Because such emotions were also what he was feeling at this moment. Because the person holding the old madam's head was his cousin. It was his cousin who had died long ago. The old madam's head was held in the hand of her most beloved grandson. His cousin held the head of his most beloved and closest grandmother in his hand. His cousin was smiling, but that smile was incomparably unfamiliar. It was like the darkest abyss, swallowing and spitting out endless darkness. His voice was so familiar, but also incomparably unfamiliar. His cousin said to him, "You've come." He madly rushed forward, biting, attacking, and roaring. Everything was useless, but he tirelessly repeated it. He questioned, he cried. He could not understand why such a thing had happened. He could not understand why his cousin, who had come back from the dead, would do such a vicious thing to his family. Then this demon, with a cold smile, told him a story. He told her his story, a story of a freak combination of factors. He was not her cousin. His name was Sun Lang. He came from another world. He was originally an ordinary person who was carefree. But he was forcibly summoned to this world, and suffered an unbearable fate. His life was destroyed, his fate was rewritten, and everything about him was changed. He told many stories. He told him about the pain he had endured and the changes in his state of mind. He once accepted his fate and decided to start anew in this world, preparing to live as a new person. He was robbed of his hope again. Everything he had for 6 years was denied and trampled on. He lost everything again 6 years later. His hope was robbed and trampled on by the same group of people for the second time. So he decided to take revenge. Not only the empire, not only the Tensei province, there was also the Rongwa residence, the Jia family, and this world. The avenger in front of him was roaring, hating, and laughing wildly. Like an avenger who had crawled out of hell, he let the flames on his body burn the whole world. Along with the declaration of vengeance, everything in the surroundings suddenly changed. The sky became dark and the earth cracked open. The peaceful empire was ignited with an inextinguishable flame. Countless terrifying demons rushed out of the lead-colored vortex in the sky, and the evil spirits of hell also crawled out of the cracked earth. Magnificent cities fell one after another, and large batches of innocent people died tragically. The destruction continued without end. He looked at this hellish scene and let out a cry of despair. He was powerless to stop all of this. He could only cry in vain. He looked at his former elder brother and called out his name, crying for him to stop. He begged and pleaded, but he did not get any response. He rushed to his elder brother and begged him to stop, but his elder brother only sneered and pressed down on his face. He flailed his arms and legs, struggling constantly. He felt suffocated, like he was drowning. His consciousness became heavier and heavier, heavier and heavier. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. The sun was bright and his body was warm. The hellish scene was no longer there. The murderous demon in his dream was close at hand. He sat by the bed and took his hand back as if nothing had happened. Obviously, this was the culprit who had suffocated him before. Jia Sherdao stared at the person in front of him in a daze. For a moment, he had mixed feelings and couldn't say anything. Sun Lang said coldly, "How old are you? You're still talking in your sleep." Jia Sherdao thought of the terrible nightmare from before. Feeling guilty, he couldn't help but shrink his head. He then realized that it was a dream, and the sun was bright outside. He must have slept all night. He didn't dare to look at the person in front of him because he felt guilty. He whispered, "What? What did I say?" Sun Lang said lightly, "Your face is flushed, your breathing is accelerated, your hands and feet are dancing, and your waist is exerting force as if you want to force your legs apart. You're making excited sleep talk, saying something about exerting force, and that it's no problem even if you use both of your legs together. Then you're forcefully opening your mouth, as if you're making some kind of terrible suggestion, as if you want to eat something. I didn't expect you to have this kind of interest after not seeing you for 2 years." At first, Jia Sherdao was listening in fear. Later, he felt more and more that something was wrong. In such a serious situation, he was saying such crazy things, just like before. So he subconsciously said angrily, "Brother, we're talking about serious business." After saying that, he felt that something was wrong. Because this person wasn't his brother. He wasn't qualified to call him brother. And as a younger brother, he was too incompetent. He didn't dare to look at Sun Lang. Like a child who had been bullied, he sat on the bed dejectedly. Looking at the sheets, he whispered, "I'm sorry." The sarcasm or indifference he expected didn't happen. Disgusting. Jia Sherdao looked up in surprise. The man in front of him looked disgusted. "Do you have a split personality? Have you been possessed? How did you become a submissive after sleeping for one night? Did you awaken in that terrible dream of yours?" Jia Sherdao shook his head in a daze. "No." "Then get up quickly. F*ck, give me some air, it's disgusting." Sun Lang stood up and kicked the bed leg hard. "The Bai family is in a mess now. Since you're here, then get to work." Jia Sherdao shivered and hurriedly got up. As usual, he was in a mess, and his brother was scolding, but this time was a little different from the past. His brother seemed to be the same brother as before, but he didn't dare to be as casual as before. A heavy stone pressed down on his heart. He felt very uncomfortable. When he followed his elder brother out of the door, he asked in a low voice, "Can I still call you elder brother?" The figure walking in front, who had already opened the door, stopped. In the morning light, the person in his memory turned around, looking like a fierce hooligan. He said in a rough voice, "Huh? What did you say?" Jia Sherdao shrank his head and whispered, "Nothing, F*ck 250. The person in front swaggered forward. "Follow me," Jia Sherdao said, and hurriedly followed. For some reason, he felt a little better. Chapter 728. It was said that after experiencing a great mental shock, people would turn all their energy to something else to numb themselves and escape from reality. For example, some people would overeat after a breakup. For example, some people would work extra hard after a breakup. For example, some people would choose to come out of the closet after a breakup. Probably it should be like this? Of course, Sun Lang wasn't an ordinary person. After a breakup, he was furious and swore to let his ex-girlfriend and her father feel the piercing of justice. Of course, he was just saying it. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that young Jia Sherdao had learned the shocking truth overnight and realized that he had lost Oni-chan forever. So at this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. Like an ostrich, he didn't dare to face reality and could only divert his energy to numb himself. He was pulled in by Sun Lang. After all, the chaos in the Bai castle needed someone to preside over it, and Jia Sherdao was trustworthy in terms of ability and loyalty. He was an excellent coolie. After Jia Sherdao was entrusted with an important task by Sun Lang, it took him about 2 hours to understand the situation, and then he immediately threw himself into the intense work. He was good at planning and commanding. In the words of Sun Lang's hometown, he was a qualified leader of an organization. His greatest achievement in the Tianyuan War was that he was active in the 2 counties of Huang and Yi, where he mobilized the army and people to build an impregnable defense line, and used it to fend off the extraterrestrial demons. He was a general who was very good at defense. It could be said that such a person was making the best use of his talents in the Bai castle. Because the Bai castle had experienced a great disaster, it was full of ruins and people were uncertain. Furthermore, it had to be firmly nailed in Qinzhou to realize Sun Lang's ambition of uniting the 3 states and nibbling away the northern border of the empire. How to transform the half-broken Bai castle was a great test of the organizer's ability and adaptability. And Jia Sherdao was obviously such a talent. Looking at Jia Sherdao, who was buried in piles of books, Sun Lang turned around and slowly walked away. Jia Sherdao raised his eyes and glanced at his brother's back. Then, he sighed and looked confused. Sun Lang left the room and came to the courtyard. Wei Zhongxian appeared from the shadows again, and silently came to Sun Lang's side. He smiled and said, "Master is truly skilled." Sun Lang looked at him darkly. "I feel like you're mocking me." Wei Zhongxian was surprised and puzzled. "Ridicule? Why did Master say that? This old servant is sincerely praising you." Clearly, the situation was already out of control, but after one night, you were still able to make young Master Xiangdao listen to you obediently. You are truly capable. Sun Lang's gaze became even more sinister. "You really are mocking me." Wei Zhongxian's expression became even more innocent. "Is there anything Master has done worth laughing at?" Sun Lang's expression became subtle. He looked away. "Nothing, it's just my imagination. Damn it, it does feel weird. Ever since Xiangdao woke up, I've felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. The air seems to be filled with a gay atmosphere. What the hell? If Jia Sherdao was her sister, then this would be such a delightful plot. The Oni-chan that she once admired and respected was not her biological Oni-chan. Furthermore, she bore a blood feud and had extremely complicated feelings about the Jia family and even wanted to kill them. The confused girl couldn't take the blow and fainted. However, she found that her brother was still taking care of her as before. She felt sad and touched, so secretly, the girl's mood had some strange changes. First, she found out that her brother wasn't related by blood, so she felt inexplicably excited and moved. Second, she knew that her brother hated the Jia family, so she was determined to stand up and stay with her brother for the rest of her life to make up for the Jia family's mistakes and heal the pain in her brother's heart. Oh. What a **King beautiful plot. But Jia Sherdao was a man. Sun Lang beat his chest hard in his heart, and then he actually considered the possibility that Jia Sherdao was a woman dressed as a man. However, the big bodyguard Jianli had already explained everything. This guy was obviously a man. So why was he a man? Shouldn't this kind of plot be suitable for a girl? At this moment, Wei Zhongxian said nonchalantly, "Although Master Xiangdao isn't related by blood, in the eyes of the world, so Master, you should be careful." Sun Lang was stunned, and then he said angrily, "You're **King laughing at me." Wei Zhongxian lowered his head submissively and said, "Of course not. Homosexual fetishes are an elegant thing that has existed since ancient times. It's the same for both the Chinese and the barbarians. It's very common for rich families to keep some male prostitutes for fun. This old servant found it strange before. Master, you're obviously from a prestigious family, but you're making a fuss about it and even abhor it," Sun Lang said angrily. "You **King fart again, and I'll find 10 strong men to rape you." Wei Zhongxian, who was born in the palace and had been through hundreds of battles, revealed an inexplicable smile when he heard this. "Master, this old servant came from the palace. That is the dirtiest place in the world. What kind of battle have I not seen?" "You're terrible." Being looked down upon by a eunuch on this matter again, Sun Lang felt very unconvinced. As a transmigrator who came from a modern world where there was an explosion of information, how could he lose to a eunuch? He was about to take out the 12 magic devices to let this old man see the world. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head to look into the distance. "Ah, I'm back." Wei Zhongxian also stopped smiling. He asked, "Master, did you send a letter last night?" Sun Lang walked in the direction of the show Sword Garden, nodding as he walked. "Yes. We don't have a complete intelligence network, so we can only write to Mingzhou and ask Sister Bao to investigate for us. She's meticulous and thoughtful, so she must be prepared. With the help of the Shui family, she should be able to find something." Wei Zhongxian, who was experienced and astute, understood immediately. "Investigate the Ronggua mansion?" "Yes," Sun Lang said lightly. "Jia Sherdao came to me because his father gave him news about me. Think about it, how many days has it been since Bai Yue died? How many days has it been since we reported to the imperial court? And how many days has it taken Jia Sherdao to come to Qinzhou? Wei Zhongxian thought for a while and said in shock, Duke Ning, you received the news very quickly. Sun Lang sneered. Jia Su is a lazy and paranoid person. After Xiang Dao showed his talent on the battlefield a few years ago, he simply threw away his responsibilities and put on a low-key appearance. As a semi-reclusive rich man, the speed at which he received the news was too fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also accurate. Wei Zhongxian nodded slowly. Yes, and his motive is thought-provoking. Sun Lang said calmly, That's right. Since he knows I'm in the Bai Castle, he probably knows what I've done. With his intelligence, it's not difficult for him to figure out what I'm doing now and why I'm doing it. In other words, even if he doesn't know my real identity and still thinks I'm his nephew, he should know that his nephew has become a hot potato. It's very puzzling that he still gave the news to Jia Sherdao and asked him to come all the way here to find me. Sun Lang's face was full of sarcasm. According to common sense, he should stay away from me and draw a clear line with me. Wei Zhongxian thought for a while. But will it work? Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. What? The old eunuch thought for a while and said with uncertainty, Jianingwa is a smart man. He should know that even if he pretends not to see it, even if he announces that he's drawing a clear line with you, it won't work. Because of the battle at the Great Barren Mountain, with his intelligence, he should be able to see the Emperor's true colors. Sun Lang paused. That makes sense, but it's just a guess. I don't know what this cheap uncle of mine is like. We'll see what he's thinking in the future. In the distance, the seraph broke through the clouds. A small black dot slowly grew bigger as war machines flew through the air. Sun Lang quickened his pace and said, At least, Sherdao isn't a pawn that he planted around us. Even if he is, he's no longer a spy. Wei Zhongxian was shocked. You said those words on purpose. Not really, but it seems to have had an unexpected effect. Sun Lang replied. After saying all those things, at least I feel a lot more relaxed. Sometimes it's not a good thing to keep everything in your heart. It's just that I didn't have a chance to talk before, Wei Zhongxian said indifferently. That's really a coincidence, a freak combination of factors. Yes. Sun Lang sighed. Whether it's Chao Patao, Sister Bao, or Yinluo, I'll never tell them everything in my life. As for you, I won't have a chance to tell them either. It's not that I don't want to tell them, but I don't think it's necessary. I used to think, damn it, after so long, didn't I take it all on myself? Since I took it all on, why should I find someone to talk to and let them sympathize with me? With such feelings, I didn't want to say anything to anyone. Finally, I took advantage of this opportunity to vent my feelings. Sun Lang smiled. Poor Jia Sherdao. He hit the muzzle of the gun. It's so tragic. Wei Zhongxian smiled. Master, you really don't pity your brother. Hey. Your F*** implying something again. Master, what are you talking about? Wise people have different opinions, benevolent people have different opinions, and perverted people have different opinions. This principle was taught to me by Master. Obviously, in terms of eloquence, Wei Zhongxian, who had cultivated in the palace for decades, was no doubt a match for Sun Lang. At this point, the little eunuch's hair had turned white after decades of vicissitudes. Now, only Sun Lang could make him pick himself up and bicker with him. The seraph that went to Mingzhou last night returned overnight and landed slowly. No matter what Jia Su wants to do, we'll deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Sun Lang said lightly, the main problem is Ningguo Mansion. Like I said before, if the imperial court wants to do something, Rongguo Mansion will definitely be the breakthrough. After all, there aren't many places in the world that can distract my attention. They came to the open space that was specially cleared for the seraph to take off and land. The enormously fire-divine weapon landed with a whoosh. In the roar of steel and the trembling sound of machinery, the gorgeous war machine completed its transformation. Although Wei Zhongxian had heard of the Seraph before, he had never seen the landing of the Seraph at such a close distance. He knew that this thing was extremely powerful. In the burning flame divine kingdom, which was founded on fire and had the best weapons in the world, the Seraph's status was equivalent to the seven luminaries' divine sword of the Empire. Its combat ability and destructive power were basically the same. However, seeing it transform and land with his own eyes still made him feel emotional. Human beings can make such shocking weapons. It's a bit arrogant of the imperial court to call it a miraculous skill. Old Wei sighed. At least, the Li Fire barbarian who is controlling the machine is not worth mentioning at all. However, wearing this giant armor, he can compete with the Sword Saint. Sun Lang smiled and said, "Look at this thing. It's probably the same as how the Russians feel when they look at us martial artists." Wei Zhongxian pondered and said, "During the war, Master has been full of praise for the firearms of the Li Fire Divine Kingdom. At first we thought that it was because he was young and liked those strange things. But now it seems that it's probably because of your background?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "Yes, there are no martial artists in our world. We don't even have those annoying flame runes or the divine power of the Li Fire Divine Kingdom. However, if the two worlds have a life-or-death war, our side will definitely win." Wei Zhongxian was a bit surprised. He did not seem to believe it. Let's not talk about other things. Although the Russians have the best firearms in the world and have the magical power of fire, they are still a conservative, autistic, and theocratic country. In order for the Church to maintain an overwhelming advantage, they prohibit the private development and modification of firearms. They also ritualize and mystify the manufacture and use of firearms. This kind of stupid behavior leads to the rigidity of research and production. They will definitely be beaten into idiots by the mature modern warfare. Wei Zhongxian was a bit unconvinced. This was normal. He was not clear about the situation in Sun Lang's hometown. He could not imagine how powerful a world with nothing and no people could be. So he said, "But we have the Imperial Army martial artists." Sun Lang smiled and said, "The Imperial Army martial artists are not invincible. 2 years ago, when the war ended, the Sky Demon all over the world died instantly. They left behind a lot of secret bases and wealth, which led to all kinds of open and secret fight. Not only the civil organizations and great families of various countries participated, even the 5 major countries secretly reached out. I once happened to see a local conflict between Hutu and Li Fire in the north of the Empire. In the underground base of the Sky Demon, the elite hunters led by the Holy Knight of Li Fire fought fiercely with the Empire's internal guards. The exchange rate between the two sides was almost 1-to-1. Even the martial artists of the Imperial Army could not continuously resist the concentrated fire of various anti-infantry weapons and explosive weapons in a narrow environment. One moment of carelessness, and they would be finished. The martial artists of the Imperial Army are not invincible." He smiled and said, "As for people like the 7 Luminaries Sword Saint, their mobility and stealth are very high. They might really be able to avoid the targeting of military satellites and the endless long-range attacks. With the power of the Holy Sword, they might even be able to escape from the high-density firepower. They might even be able to charge into the city and go on a killing spree, but it's still not enough. Don't underestimate the ruthlessness and madness of humans. They are willing to exchange a large city with a population of more than 1 million for a Sword Saint. They are really going all out. A dozen nuclear bombs can vaporize both the people and the city." Wei Zhongxian's expression was a little stiff. He could not understand. Sun Lang turned around and smiled. "Of course, I'm an exception. I'm not bragging, but I'm the fastest and the most evasive of the 7 Luminaries Sword Saint. Even if a nuclear bomb really comes at me, I can just escape by burrowing into the ground. When the entire world is your home ground, it means that no one can make you stay. That's why the emperor is so cautious. This time, it's not like the Great Barren Mountain. Even if he assembles a luxurious army far superior to the Great Barren Mountain to surround and kill me, I can still easily escape. Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's expression finally became a little better. He smiled and said, "That's a good thing." Sun Lang nodded. "It is indeed a good thing. The stronger I am, the more cautious the emperor will be, and the safer you all will be, but it seems that you still find it hard to understand what I'm saying. But it's fine. It's enough for me to know. The path that the Lifire nation has taken has already been proven correct by another civilization. However, those old Russians are too selfish and too stupid. The key to changing the future still lies in my hands," Sun Lang said slowly. "I thought about it last night. If we can't destroy this country and even this world, then let's have some fun." Wei Zhongxian's heart skipped a beat. "Master, do you want to be the emperor?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes. "Is it fun to be the emperor? You have to deal with the civil and military officials all day, play tricks, scheme, be wary of this and that, and don't let your sons fight. But the emperor can legitimately have 3,000 beauties." Wei Zhongxian seemed to understand his master's character very well, and also knew what he was most interested in. "But if I'm the prime minister, I can *CK the emperor's wife as I wish." However, the old eunuch was still too stubborn to touch his master's bottom line. "Humph, are you stupid? Eunuchs will always be eunuchs. Ignorant." With that, Sun Lang pressed his hand on the blazing angel's armor. The body of the armor unfolded like a flower petal, revealing the inner cabin and the box within. Sun Lang nonchalantly took the box in his hand and weighed it. The meticulous perception of a peerless warrior told him that there was only a letter inside and nothing else. Thus, he relaxed and opened the letter in front of Wei Zhongxian and read it. Then, his expression instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 729. This was the empire's heartland, Jiangnan's Summer Province. Summer Province was a fertile land, a water town in the world. It had 2 rivers of water and water. To the north was Hanzhou, and to the east was the Gusha Sea. It was one of the empire's wealthiest lands. Since there was money, there would be a large population. When there were more people, there would be more people. When there were more people, there would be more people. When there were more people, it was easier for there to be pretentious people. Therefore, Jiangnan had produced many famous scholars and aristocratic families since ancient times. Only the rich and beautiful Jiangnan had the heart to nurture a culture. As the saying goes, a place nurtures a place's people. Nowadays, the aristocratic families of Jiangnan mostly passed down poetry and sword. They paid particular attention to the style of a gentleman. They were also quite respectful of romantic and beautiful literati. No matter what, they were elegant and calm. In comparison, the northern people who had been blown up by the wind were much more direct. When they encountered something, they would not make a decision. The empire recognized that Summer Province was the wealthiest of the southern provinces. Naturally, Summer Province had the most flourishing culture of Jiangnan, and also the empire's most elegant aristocratic families. The ancient aristocratic families that had been passed down for thousands of years lived in seclusion in the picturesque landscape gardens. The elegant and beautiful young ladies leaned against the embroidered window and caught a glimpse of them. All of these beautiful fantasies lingered in the misty rain under the small bridge and flowing water. It was the empire's most romantic fantasy of the south. Therefore, Summer Province actually carried a lot of people's southern complex. Summer Province was the wealthiest of the 9 provinces of the empire. Summer Province had the empire's most elegant aristocratic families. Summer Province was a single province with many counties under its jurisdiction. The number 1 gardens, the number 1 mountains, the number 1 talents, and the number 1 prosperity. Each county had its own advantages. The ancient aristocratic families and luxurious aristocratic families were scattered like stars in the sky. Together, they supported the empire's southern faction's prestige with their rich heritage. When it came to Summer Province, there was a lot to talk about. Among the many famous cities, there was one place that had to be mentioned: Jinling. Summer Province was the empire's wealthiest province. Summer Province had the empire's most elegant aristocratic families, and Jinling had the Summer Province's wealthiest aristocratic families. The four great clans of Jinling, Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui were all connected by blood. Together, they occupied Jinling, advancing and retreating together, taking care of each other. They practically controlled the entire Jinling prefecture, and their industries radiated to the entire Summer region. They were involved in textile, food, transportation, and many other fields, and their financial power was extremely strong. The East Sea was short of a white jade bed, so the Dragon King invited the King of Jinling to come here. The King of Jinling said that there was a big snow in a bountiful year, and the pearls were as precious as earth and gold. Although the ballad that was sung in Jinling was somewhat exaggerated, it still reflected the illustrious financial resources of the four great families. However, just like how all living things have their own destiny, everything has its ups and downs. Although the four great clans of Jinling were still flourishing like fresh flowers, they had already begun to show signs of exhaustion. The problem lay with the head of the four great clans, the Jia clan. War was a monster with extremely strong destructive power. In front of it, the so-called eternal mountains and rivers, the so-called thousand-year-old aristocratic families, were all like fortresses made of sand, fragile and not worth mentioning. The Great War of Tianyuan had changed too many things. It ignited the flames of war in the empire that had been peaceful for a long time, and it allowed the elegant nobles to step onto the battlefield. On the battlefield, swords and sabers had no eyes, and all living things were equal. The Jia clan had lost almost all of their male descendants in this war, but there was always a way out. The only remaining descendant had gone missing for 3 years and stepped onto the stage of the empire in one fell swoop. Furthermore, he had created a legendary battle result. With his own strength, he had forcefully dragged out the declining family. Those few years were the most glorious period in the history of the Jia clan, because everyone knew that the legitimate son of the Jia clan, who was only in his 20s, could even enter the martial arts hall and establish a pavilion before the age of 30, becoming the youngest prime minister of the empire in history. This was almost a nail in the nail of 50 years of prosperity. However, fate played a big joke on them again. This peerlessly talented marshal actually died silently in the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain. Overnight, the Jia clan had fallen from the highest position. The group of orphans and widows had lost the pillar of the clan and the last male descendant of the clan. In other words, the bloodline of the Rongwa residents was going to end. Although the Ningwa residents still had descendants, the impact of the marshal's death was too great. Moreover, what was even more strange was that the imperial court's attitude after the war was extremely cold and even strange, even though he had such an outstanding reputation when he was alive. People couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, guessing the real reason for the marshal's death. Even the Jia clan situation became more and more unfavorable. Moreover, even if there was no inside story involving the emperor, the Rongwa residents couldn't hold on for too long. No matter how powerful that old and virtuous Shi Laojun was, how many years could she live? After the death of the old lady, how could those widows and little girls hold up the lintel of the Duke residence? Human nature was greedy. Thinking of this, countless hyenas had their eyes on the unstable Rongwa residents. In the past 2 years, the rumors and undercurrents had become more and more intense. However, these despicable ambitious schemers and greedy conspirators didn't know that the Jia clan situation was much worse than imagined. This was no longer a matter of the decline of the clan, it was simply a matter of life and death. Jinling City, Ningwa residence. After passing through the ancient and rustic garden and over the mottled high walls and buildings, a middle-aged man was writing in the study room. He was dressed like a rich man. His hat was casually placed on the side, and he was writing in front of the desk. He was a good-looking middle-aged man. His beard was neatly trimmed, and his eyes were gentle like jade. He looked harmless, without any sense of sharpness or arrogance. However, he was the owner of the Ningguo residence. He had inherited the title of the Duke residence and was one of the top nobles in the country, if only in terms of title. He was writing casually, as if he was not writing but thinking. At this moment, a cool breeze blew and there was a rustling sound outside. It was the sound of the branches and leaves rubbing against each other. Even though the branches were rooted to the ground and were as immovable as a mountain, they would still sway when the breeze blew. His heart skipped a beat and he wrote a line of words with the brush. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Jia Su put down the brush and looked at the words on the paper. He said slowly, "That little bastard is here?" A calm and steady answer came from outside the door. Master, the young master rode a fast horse without rest and rushed to the Bai family fort in the West River of Qin province. According to master's orders, the people in charge of escorting him did not dare to get close. However, they saw the young master enter the Bai family fort along the mountain road and sent a pigeon to report. Jia Su nodded and said, "I understand." There was no response from outside. Jia Su frowned and his expression was cold. The tree wanted to be quiet but the wind would not stop. This was the current situation of the Jia residence. There was a saying in the martial arts world that one could not control oneself in the martial arts world. This saying was applicable everywhere. Sometimes things would not change because of one's thoughts. One would have to be controlled by it. "My good nephew," Lin Feng said. He said in a low voice, "You have done such a big thing that we can't rest in peace. Moreover, it happened at such a delicate time. Did you expect this?" A delicate time. Yes. The situation was delicate. It had been 2 years since the war. The Imperium had calmed down from the ecstasy of victory and started to rebuild and adjust after the war. It meant that the conflict between the North and the South, the debate in the court, the redistribution of interests, the support of the civil officials, and the suppression of the military power were all things that were about to happen. The conflict between the North and the South was the first one to be affected. Everybody knew that regional conflicts were the bad habits of human beings. Since the unification of the Imperium, the conflict between the North and the South had been set. The Northerners laughed at the Southerners for their weakness, and the Southerners mocked the Northerners for their vulgarity. The conflict between the different factions in the court was very exciting. Although the Empire valued martial arts and despised literature, and due to various environmental factors, the North's martial qi was much stronger than the South's. However, the South's literary style was at its peak. The two sides clashed, and the comparison of power between the two sides was basically balanced, maintaining a balance. But this was something that happened decades ago. Because of the war. The Great Tianyuan War changed too many things. Powerful foreign enemies and the crisis of extinction made the whole country constantly adjust itself in the war. All social resources and public opinion were used to serve the victory, and the fragile balance of power between the North and the South was naturally broken. When the power of the generals became stronger, it meant that the pie of the civil officials was constantly shrinking. Because the country needed brave generals to charge and break through the enemy lines, it needed wise generals to devise strategies, and it needed fierce generals who could *ck your mother if they didn't agree with you. All boasting and armchair strategizing would tire the army to death. In the past few decades, countless civil officials who only knew how to sell their mouths had died. In this regard, the fierce and violent Northerners had a natural advantage. There were more and more Northerners with great power, and naturally, the survival space of the Southern faction was squeezed. This was normal. After all, the North worshipped martial arts and despised literature, while the South wanted to pass on poetry and sword. This involved the problem of efficiency and specialization. After all, a human's energy was limited. If you wanted to develop your morals, intelligence, physique, and beauty in all aspects, people would King crazily study math, physics, and chemistry. If the policy changed and the exams were to focus on math, physics, and chemistry, wouldn't you be stupid? The harsh environment of war caused the Southerners to lament the decline of literature, but they could only pinch their noses and adapt. Fortunately, although the overall quality of this education system was not as good as that of the North, which focused on martial arts, it was able to cultivate top-notch geniuses and generals. After all, there were always people with extraordinary talent in this world. Even if they were to cultivate both literature and martial arts, they could still be proficient in everything and achieve great success. Among the widely recognized masters of the art of war, the Southerners made up the majority. This was because they had the advantage of being literate. Not only were they highly skilled in martial arts, they were also scholars with extraordinary literary talent. They had read a lot about the art of war and were familiar with both ancient and modern battles. Only then could they summarize the lost knowledge of the past and integrate it into their own. Generally speaking, the top Southerner generals in the military were usually masters of one of the four schools of the military. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Grand Marshal Jia. He said he belonged to the Beast School of the military. Everyone felt that this name was very appropriate. Clearly, he was the most eye-catching person among the Southerners. In short, because of the war, the flourishing literary culture of the South had declined. The days of the civil officials also became worse by the day. Even the tradition of the Jiangnan aristocratic families passing down poetry and sword to their families was obviously affected. After enduring such bitter days for who knew how long, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Because the war was won. Since the external enemies had been eliminated, the emperor would not allow such a large amount of power to remain in the hands of the martial people. It was imperative to take back power and weaken it. Since he wanted to weaken the power of the military officials, according to the emperor's intentions, he had to support a new bureaucratic group to fight on the arena. Past history and events had already proven that regardless of whether it was the group of relatives or the group of eunuchs, they were not enough in front of the violent and wild military officials. These muscular murderers not only had violent tempers, but in recent years, a certain soul figure had brought out too many bad habits. In essence, the relatives and eunuchs, who relied on the power of the tiger, could not suppress them. In order to balance the military officials, it was still the civil officials. Since the emperor wanted to support the civil officials, this meant that the situation of the north being strong and the south being weak was about to be reversed. The flourishing civil fire in the south was about to burn fiercely. The famous southern families passing down poetry and sword would also welcome a golden opportunity to rise. Not long after the war ended, the scheming and astute southerners saw this clearly. 2 years had passed. The horses were let out in the South Mountains, the weapons were put into storage, the soldiers returned home in glory, and the people were resting and building up strength. After experiencing the initial ecstasy after the war, the empire had gradually calmed down. The emperor was strategizing, and the court was about to move to the next stage of work. The southern provinces had already begun to brew restless power. The interactions between the aristocratic families had become more frequent, and the number of marriages between the families had also increased. Within 5 years at the latest, the imperial court would redistribute the cake, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. A storm was brewing, and the wise people had already smelled the signs of change. Change. Whenever Jia Su thought of this word, he felt a headache. The situation in the court had changed. The emperor was the way of balance. The decline of the civil and military forces was not something too strange. The rise of the southern faction and the emperor's support of the civil officials was good news for the aristocratic families of Jiangnan. However, the weak Jia family and the four families no longer had the right to participate in this competition. In order to prevent the emperor's suspicion, they could not even drink a mouthful of soup. They could only be content with a corner of the country. All of this was because of his nephew. There were too many mysteries surrounding the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain, and the attitude of the imperial court after the battle was even more chilling. While Jia Su didn't know the details, he could still guess many things. Clearly, his nephew's death wasn't as simple as it seemed. It might even involve some terrifying secret. Jia Su saw through everything but did not want to expose it. He also did not want to avenge his nephew. After all, it was only his nephew. Furthermore, there was no way to avenge his nephew. If he was not careful, the entire family would be doomed. It was precisely because of this that he extinguished the idea of returning to the mountain. He obediently stayed at home and slacked off. He closed his door and withdrew from selfless relationship. Men and women married, but did not marry into noble families. He knew that because of his nephew, the Jia family was most likely suspected by the emperor. However, he could not make things too ugly. Thus, he reluctantly maintained his old appearance. Thus, no matter what, the Jia family could only remain as it was. They could only keep a low profile and not be remembered by the emperor. Then, it would depend on their own luck. Even when his son went to resign and became a monk, he only acted out a few times on the surface. In reality, he did not care much. Who knew that although the tree wished for peace, the wind would not stop. Sometimes, even if you did not look for trouble, trouble would still come to you. And this time, the matter was indeed a little bigger. His nephew was actually still alive. After not seeing him for 2 years, he suddenly jumped out and did something big. Thinking of the mysterious letter and combining it with the various information he had gathered through his own channels, the amount of information in the letter made him feel a toothache. This little brat wanted to rebel. Jia Su was a wise man. Even if the information was incomplete, he could still see some clues. Now, it seemed that not only was his nephew alive and kicking, but he was also harboring malicious intentions. The most interesting thing was that he did not know if he had something on the imperial court or something else, but he actually had the imperial court under his control. As for the inside story, and what had happened in the Battle of the Great Barren Mountain, Jia Su did not know. But now, the grim situation was in front of him. The legitimate son of the Rongwa residents, Marshal Jia, had not only survived the Battle of the Great Barren Mountain, but also made it clear that he wanted to fight with the imperial court. He was born in the Rongwa residence and had a natural blood relationship with the Jia family. The law could implicate him, and the punishment could lead to the execution of the entire family. Thus, the Jia family had automatically been tied to his war chariot. A person sitting at home, a pot falling from the sky. Thinking of this, Jia Su sighed again. For a moment, he was so angry that his teeth itched. But no matter how angry he was, he could not do anything to his nephew. He could not just run to Qin province and give him 2 slaps, right? I can't hit him. Even if I see him, I can't hit him. This little bastard even dared to rebel against the emperor. I'm sure he doesn't care about seniority. If I use my seniority to slap him, he might just kick me in the face. Jia Su's thoughts were running wild. Even the most shrewd and wise man would have mixed thoughts when faced with such a delicate situation. Fortunately, Xiangdao had arrived safely. He had traveled to Qin province and Ming province, and had disgraced the imperial court twice. Yet, the emperor could not do anything to him. He must have something to rely on, which was why the imperial court did not dare to act rashly. Perhaps the imperial court would really open up the situation. Even if the worst happened, he would save Xiangdao on account of their brotherhood. Even if they had to go to the ends of the earth, with him and his brother around, the Jia family would still have descendant. Jia Su looked at the words on the paper and gradually fell into a daze. Things had come to this. Things had come to this. Jia Su pondered silently. He is my nephew, the legitimate son of the Rongguo residents. No matter what, we can't get rid of him. The emperor's family has always killed wrongly and never let him go. Even if we put righteousness before family and think of a way to deal with that little brat and present him to the emperor, we can't dispel the emperor's suspicion because we know too much. Moreover, with the Jia family's foundation and power now, I'm afraid they can't do anything to my nephew. There are so many people in the Dahuang Mountain, but they can't do anything to him. In other words, there is no way out. No matter what, the emperor will not let the Jia family go. If that's the case, Jia Su's gaze gradually turned cold. At this moment, panicked footsteps came from outside the door. Jia Su was jolted awake from his chaotic thoughts and raised his head. Someone was running over in a panic and panting as he shouted, "First old master! First master! Old madam is..." Jia Su was stunned. At the same time, in the Bai Castle, Sun Lang handed the letter to the confused Jia Sherdao. "Grandmother, old Madam Sher is sick." His expression was extremely gloomy. Chapter 730. Jia Sherdao was shocked. He quickly snatched the letter from Sun Lang's hands and read it a few times. Then, he said anxiously, "She's not feeling well. She has some minor ailments, but aristocratic families were connected by blood and established by rules. Aristocratic families valued etiquette and filial piety. Filial piety was one of the core principles of ethics. Filial piety was one of the most important things in aristocratic families. Matriarch Sher was the most senior person in the Jia family. She was an old lady that even the four great families had to respect. Although Jia Sherdao was not a very dignified young man, he did not dare to neglect filial piety. Even though the letter only said that the matriarch was not feeling well, he did not dare to ignore it. Therefore, he said without hesitation, "We have to go back." Halfway through his sentence, he shut his mouth. Because things were different now. The person in front of him wasn't his elder brother or the grandson of the old madam. He didn't have the grace to give birth to him and didn't have the virtue of raising him. He didn't have any sense of belonging to Rongguo Manor, so naturally, he wouldn't have much intention to get close to the old madam. After all, the person who was raised and spoiled by the matriarch was not him. Thinking of this, Jia Sherdao said gloomily, "I have to go back and take a look." Sun Lang's face was gloomy. Now that he had used Bai Yue's incident to force the imperial court into a corner, he had used his own strength and deterrence to force the imperial court into not daring to use force. He had also used the emperor's schemes and selfishness to force the imperial court to keep quiet. The gold radiant sword spirit's possession of Bai Yue was an earth-shattering event. Being possessed by one's own imperial army would obviously make the great generals tremble in fear. Now that Sun Lang was occupying the Bai clan fort, and there were many witnesses to testify for him, coupled with his status and reputation, he naturally had the right to explain this matter. As long as he stepped forward to explain himself, the half-truth and half-lies would be accurately pinned on the emperor's head. This kind of thing would obviously cause people's hearts to waver and the court to be shaken. But at this moment, he did not say a word and kept his silence. On one hand, he instigated his minions to fan the flames in the court and ordered the Bai family to report the death of Bai Yue. On the other hand, he sat on the fishing platform and made a fortune in silence. It was obvious that he was waiting for the right price to sell. After firmly seizing the initiative, he would deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. Thus, after the impasse in Ming Province, the imperial court was once more forced to the negotiating table, and the situation was even worse, because the situation this time was even more serious. The imperial army was the foundation of the imperial court, and the officials in charge of the imperial army were the backbone of the imperial court. Each of them had their own background and power, and they formed a power that encompassed the entire realm. These people were the pillars of the imperial court, and the emperor relied on them to govern the realm. The emperor spent most of his career scheming against them, and the struggle between sovereign power and subject power had always been the unchanging theme of the imperial court. The so-called art of the imperial court was balance. The emperor was high above, and he used his power and promises to divide his subjects and cause them to fight amongst themselves. This was because only by fighting amongst themselves could the emperor's position be as stable as Mount Tai. However, the scale had to be carefully controlled, because if the fighting went too far, it would often lead to internal friction and disaster, causing the imperial court to lose balance. Only balance was the way to long-term stability. But this time it was different. No matter how much internal strife they usually had, no matter how many slogans they shouted about loyalty to the emperor and patriotism, once these loyal subjects knew that the emperor was manipulating the imperial army's possession, and that the famous and prestigious old Madame Bai had become a sacrifice, they would definitely be furious and unite like never before. What a joke! A wise emperor raised a strong country, but king raised us like pigs. The emperor was immoral, and the emperor was immoral. This kind of mistake was enough for the subjects to righteously throw the emperor off the dragon throne, because this matter had crossed everyone's bottom line. That was why the emperor was controlled and did not dare to act rashly. However, with the emperor's personality, he would definitely not be willing to be controlled. Even if he temporarily backed down, he must have other plans. Now that the Bai family's matter had become a fact, if he wanted to break the situation and regain the initiative, he had to do it somewhere else. This was something that would definitely happen. Therefore, when Sun Lang saw Jia Sherdao, he realized that the Jia mansion was a very good breakthrough point. Now, the news of old Madame Shi's illness had immediately spread. Was this a coincidence or a conspiracy? He pondered for a moment and asked Jia Sherdao, "Don't worry. Did your father say anything before?" Jia Sherdao shook his head blankly. "No. Although I've been cultivating in the mountains, I haven't cut off my ties with the mortal world. For example, I send people to the Rongwa mansion every now and then." With that, he glanced at Sun Lang and sighed helplessly in his heart. Although he was nominally a monk, how could he let go of the Rongwa mansion and the old and young left by his elder brother? Therefore, he had been worrying about the Jia mansion for the past 2 years. However, he was back, but he was no longer the same person. He was no longer the same person. Sun Lang saw the change in Jia Sherdao's expression. His heart moved, but he didn't say anything. He just snorted and continued, "I sent a letter to Mingzhou before, but Xue Baochai didn't tell me about this. Last night, I sent a letter overnight and received this news. This means that old Madame Shi has been ill for the past 2 days." His eyes turned cold. He looked at Jia Sherdao and said, "Tell me, is this a coincidence or a conspiracy? If it was a coincidence, then old Madame Shi was ill. If it was on purpose, then the old lady might have heard similar rumors and news, so she pretended to be ill to force her grandson to show up. After all, the old lady still didn't know the truth. She didn't know that her grandson had died 8 years ago. She thought that the person who was causing trouble in Qin and Mingzhou was her grandson. It was not strange that she pretended to be ill to coax her grandson to come home. If it was just these two, then it would be fine. If it was a conspiracy, did they really do something to the Jia mansion? Did they want to use this method to force me to go back and transfer me away from the Bai castle so that they could take the opportunity to solve the problem of Bai Yue? Wei Zhongxian said calmly, "Master, you have to stay in Sichuan. Don't act rashly." Jia Sherdao glared at the old eunuch. He knew that his cousin wasn't his real cousin, but he was still dissatisfied when he heard such slanderous words. However, he looked at Sun Lang again and saw that his brother's expression was changing. Obviously, he was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. This made his heart ache. Jia Sherdao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I'll write a letter to my father first, and then I'll go back tonight to see what's going on, Sun Lang sneered. It's useless. Since this has already happened, whether it's a coincidence or intentional, the Emperor won't let go of this opportunity. Even if it wasn't arranged by him, he will still take advantage of it. So, since this has already happened, then we should prepare to deal with it. Hearing this, Jia Sherdao calmed down a little. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. He whispered, Are you going back? Sun Lang paced 2 steps and said coldly, If I go back, then I'll be playing right into the Emperor's hands. After I leave Sichuan, there will be many ways for them to come in and cause trouble. Now, Bai Yue is a sore point for the Emperor, and it's a good card that we must hold in our hands. Jia Sherdao was disappointed. If that's the case, I can't not go. Sun Lang said coldly. If I continue to stay in the Bai Castle and ignore the Ronggua Mansion, those idiots will definitely not let go of this opportunity to accuse me of being unfilial. Haha, unfilial, they will definitely do that. After all, I don't want to tell them about my background. Even now, many people still think that I'm the grandson of the Ronggua Mansion. Jia Sherdao was frightened. Obviously, the Ronggua Mansion had become a stumbling block for Sun Lang, and he actually had nothing to do with the Jia Mansion. Anyone would be unhappy if they were dragged into this mess for no reason. The key question was, what would he do if he felt unhappy? And the most important question is, at this point, Sun Lang's tone was a bit helpless, but it became gentle. Although Sister Bao didn't rush me in the letter, she was anxious. Although she comforted me in her heart and said that she would continue to send envoys to investigate, she must be very anxious. Under such circumstances, if I still don't go back, even if they don't say anything, I'm afraid they will feel very uncomfortable. Jia Sherdao looked at his brother in a daze. He didn't expect Sun Lang to say something like this. So, for the sake of the two of them, I can't ignore this matter and be indifferent. Sun Lang said lightly, After all, there are not many people in this world who are sincere to me. I can't let them down. After all, in their hearts, I'm still the second Master Bao of the Ronggua Mansion. Hearing this, Jia Sherdao's heart ached. He choked and said, We, Sun Lang glared at him. I love my wife. Why are you so touched? Jia Sherdao hurriedly rubbed his eyes and said calmly, Then when should we leave? Wei Zhongxian said, Master, please think twice. Jia Sherdao was very dissatisfied. This eunuch was so long-winded. Sun Lang waved his hand. Indeed, we can't rush. If I go directly, won't I be falling into the Emperor's trap? Does he want to take back the initiative with this matter? In his dreams. Saying this, he thought for a moment and said firmly, Damn it, let's do it. If the capital wants to watch a show, then I'll scare the Emperor. He said to Jia Sherdao first, Do you have a way to contact your father? Hearing this, Jia Sherdao said, Yes, the Jia family's business is all over the world. They also have shops in Qinzhou. These shops are also responsible for collecting information. After all, the first thing to do is to be well informed. I'll go find someone now. Sun Lang nodded. As soon as possible, ask your father what happened to his aunt. Add a few more sentences in the letter. Just say that his eldest nephew asked him for a plan. That's all. He'll understand. Jia Su was a smart man, and smart people usually had keen insight into the situation. The current situation was that no matter the truth or the outcome, the Jia family was completely on the opposite side of the royal family. Being a coward meant death. F***ck, there was still a chance of survival if they rebelled. With Jia Su's wisdom in grasping the situation and his ruthlessness, he would understand. Humph, I've been pretending to be Jia for 6 years. Everyone in the world treats me as him, and you treat me as him. Since you treat me as him, you have to pay me something. Jia Sherdao thought for a while and nodded in agreement. He hesitated for a while and said softly, Brother, it's still too slow to use this method to send messages. If you can send messages between Mingzhou and Qinzhou in one night, you might be able to contact my father quickly if you use the same method. No. Sun Lang said. Jia Sherdao was stunned at first, and then he heard his brother say lightly, I don't know the way. Yes, he didn't know the way. In the past 6 years, he had never stepped into the summer state, nor had he returned home. In the past 6 years, he had only sent letters back home. In the face of Madame Dowager's longing, he had only used the excuse that the war was urgent, and he had inevitably used words like every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world to show off. After all, he didn't want to go back, because it wasn't his home. Moreover, the two parties could communicate, and with the help of the imperial court, even if there were some mistakes, it could be dealt with. However, if he really went back to the summer state and the Rongwa mansion, his relatives would probably be exposed within a couple of hours. After all, he was just an ordinary person from Earth, not young Master Jia who grew up in a big family. Some things were engraved in his bones. They were two completely different people. In front of those relatives who had watched him grow up, it wouldn't take long for him to be completely exposed. Therefore, in the past 6 years, he hadn't gone back even once. Therefore, he didn't know the way, didn't know how to get to the summer state, didn't know how to get to Jinling, and didn't know which way the door of the Rongwa mansion opened. The seraph was able to fly all the way to Mingzhou with his mind control and preset because he knew the general direction, and Yinluo and Courier were there to take care of him. However, the Rongwa mansion wasn't like this. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian suddenly said, If Master must go, you can personally drive the fire-leaving machine to the summer state to take a look. It won't take much time to go back and forth. Then he added, If you don't know the way, you can bring young Master Sherdao along. Sun Lang considered the distance between the Qin state and the summer state for a moment and nodded. It's not impossible, but even though the time it takes to go back and forth is short, there will still be gaps in time, which will give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. We have to be on guard against this. In the end, we still lack someone who can shoulder the responsibility. He thought for a moment. I'll have to trouble Chao Patao to make the trip. I'll have the seraph go back and bring Chao Patao here, and ask her to take charge here. Mingzhou has the help of Qi Guanyin and Lu Shouyan, and there are also 2 seraphs, so there shouldn't be too much trouble. The battle line has been stretched too far. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian played the role of a doghead strategist. He lowered his head and said submissively, General Zhao is the general of the Song state, and the Mingzhou state is Master's most important place. With General Zhao overseeing the Mingzhou state, you can link up with the power of the Song state when necessary. This old servant thinks that General Zhao can't be easily moved. Sun Lang frowned and said, But the Qin state. Wei Zhongxian smiled and said, Now that Master is gone, the Qin state is indeed empty. If the enemy wants to take advantage of the situation, they can only do 2 things. The first is to kill people, and the second is to buy people's hearts. The first is to completely fall out with Master, so the possibility is lower. The second is to take time, and the possibility of success is not high. Sun Lang frowned and said, Even so, we can't just leave you here. Wei Zhongxian pursed his lips and smiled. Master is benevolent and righteous. What this old servant means is that you don't have to worry too much. If you really don't feel at ease, just find someone to help you. Sun Lang's expression changed slightly. You mean Wang Wuan? Wei Zhongxian nodded and said, That's right. General Wang is the general of our state. He's very good at martial arts, and he's very good at commanding troops. If he's willing to stay in the Bai Castle for a few days and take a look at the Bai Castle, he'll definitely be able to intimidate the enemy. Jia Sherdao listened quietly and snorted in his heart. This old eunuch was really naive. Wang Wuan and his brother were not friends, and he used to hide from his brother for some reason. Now that his brother had settled down in the Qin state, it would be fine if he didn't come looking for trouble, but why would he want to get involved in this mess? If he came to the Bai castle, it would be a blatant declaration to the imperial court that he had sided with his brother. Even if Wang Wuan had nothing better to do, he wouldn't do something so stupid. As he was thinking this, he suddenly heard Sun Lang say, "Good idea. Then let Wang Wuan do it." Jia Sherdao was shocked when he heard this. What was wrong with his brother? He quickly said, "Brother, please think twice. General Wang isn't like General Zhao. He's not friends with you, so he won't come. Even if he comes, he won't do anything. What's more, if he follows the imperial court's orders, what will happen? All in all, General Wang can't be trusted." Sun Lang flicked Jia Sherdao's forehead and said, "My stupid Daodu, I haven't seen you for 2 years. How did you become so stupid? If Wang Wuan can slack off, I can kill his whole family." Jia Sherdao was shocked. Was that even possible? However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Only then did he realize what he had just said and what his elder brother had done. Especially the phrase, "I'm a stupid Odu," and so on. He had heard it many times before. Whenever he said something wrong or did something stupid, his elder brother would always say this kind of thing. When he asked him what Daodu meant, he would say it was his little brother, and then he would add, "My stupid Daodu," and so on, which meant, "Ouch, you stupid little brother." That was probably it. It had been a long time since he was said that, and he was flicked on the forehead. He silently raised his hand and covered his forehead, looking a little dazed. He didn't know if he was reminiscing or reminiscing. Sun Lang kicked him and said, "Are you F*King? Wei Zhongxian watched all of this from the side. Whether it was Jia Sherdao blurting out "brother," Sun Lang subconsciously flicked him on the forehead, or the phrase "stupid Daodu," both parties naturally did and said it. That was pretty good. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then it settled. "I'll go find Wang Wuan first and give him a list. Before I come back, if anyone on the list is injured, I'll let his people pay for it with their lives. If Wang Ermatzi wants to slack off, he'll have to see if I agree." After kicking Jia Sherdao, Sun Lang said loudly as if he was hiding something, "Then we'll go to Xiaozhou to investigate the situation and see your father. We'll come back after that." Jia Sherdao whispered, "Aren't you going to see Madame Dowager? Don't talk nonsense." Chapter 731. Although he did not want to be involved with Sun Lang, Wang Wuan still came. However, he had a sour expression on his face and wished he could tear Sun Lang apart and eat him. His expression was unfriendly as he shouted, "Jia, if you continue to push your luck, don't blame me for turning hostile." Sun Lang said indifferently, "I can't be in 2 places at once. This is the only time." General Wang said coldly, "What do you want to do now?" Sun Lang looked at him indifferently. "Xue Baochai sent a letter saying that old matriarch sure is unwell. What do you think I should do?" Wang Wuan was shocked when he heard this. He was a wise general. Although he had been in seclusion these days, he could see everything clearly. Sun Lang's plan, the court's silence, all these signs showed that Sun Lang's words that day were not empty words. The so-called possession of the imperial army was probably not a groundless rumor. Now that Sun Lang was sitting firmly in the fishing boat, the court was bound to be in a terrible fix. At this moment, the old matriarch of the Jia family was ill. Whoever could benefit from it would be the biggest suspect. His expression changed slightly and he said in a low voice, "You mean, Sun Lang did not take the opportunity to frame the emperor. After all, the matter had not been settled yet. He had no need to frame or lie about this matter." "I'm not sure yet, so I have to go back and take a look." Wang Wuan was silent. Sun Lang looked at him. "Even if this matter is true, even if everything is true, you will continue to be a fence-sitter and refuse to stand on my side?" "Even if this matter is true." Wang Wuan's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Sun Lang. He laughed coldly. Even if this matter is true, what you plan to do is no better than what His Majesty will do. I am a citizen of the Empire and a general of the court. Do you think I will follow you and destroy this country? Sun Lang scoffed. In other words, if I don't destroy this country, you'll help me? General Wang said, there are no ifs, at least not now. Even if what you said is true, it can't cover up your own bad motives. Now you are competing with His Majesty, to see who will destroy this country first. Sun Lang smiled. Is that so? That depends on how you define the word ruined. He didn't say anything more and handed Wang Wuan a piece of paper. The people on the list must be kept alive. Bring your men and keep an eye on them. If you want to see my sincerity, you have to show your sincerity first. Since you're here, don't let any random people come in and cause trouble. Stop them for me. He added, you're a loyal official, so you definitely won't be willing to mix with a traitor like me. It's okay, I'll give you face. You'll be responsible for stopping the people who sneak in. You don't have to kill them. You can let them go and show your loyalty to the people behind them and form a good relationship with them. I won't pursue the matter after this, and I won't pursue and kill them. The premise is that they don't hurt my men. Wang Wuan snorted coldly. Sun Lang said calmly, Wang Ermatsi, you can't see through me, and I can't see through you. You said that I will destroy the empire. To be honest, I can't give you a clear answer now, but Sun Lang looked at the sky, and the power of the gold elemental surged around him. He felt the connection between himself and the gold elemental sacred sword. Even if he didn't go through the oath ceremony of the sacred sword, the new gold elemental sacred sword was like his contract spirit of the imperial army. He could control it as he wished, because there was an old story frozen in the sword, a release. Some things had indeed changed. At least now, his mind was empty, and he had let go of the burden of the great barren mountain. Although there were still scars in his heart, and there was still a knot in his heart that hadn't been untied, everything was slowly getting better. So he lowered his head and said with a smile, one day, I'll give you a clear answer. I hope you'll be the same at that time. Wang Wuan was stunned. Sun Lang didn't wait for his answer. Instead, he walked away, and his voice sounded in the night sky. Jia Sherdao, where the hell are you? Are you busy with heroine Huang? A moment later, Jia Sherdao's voice sounded, and there was a bit of dissatisfaction in his panic. I'm packing up. And who is heroine Huang? She's one of the 3 giants of classical wuxia. Sun Lang replied, but that's not the point. We have to go, and we have to come back quickly. Jia Sherdao ran out of the darkness and saw Wang Wuan from afar. He bowed deeply. He wasn't like Sun Lang. He had to be respectful to General Wang in terms of seniority, official position, and military achievements. Plus, his brother must have threatened to kill Wang Wuan's whole family before, which made Jia Sherdao, who still had integrity, feel embarrassed. His brother's way of doing things wasn't right. Wang Wuan nodded back. In fact, he preferred Jia Sherdao, who was relatively honest, among the 2 brothers of the Jia family. At least he could see through this young man. He watched the 2 brothers disappear in the night wind. Wei Zhongxian's voice came from behind him. General, it's cold at night. Let's go in and rest. Wang Wuan turned around and looked at Wei Zhongxian, who used to call the wind and rain in the imperial court. He said slowly, Mr. Wei, you... He wanted to ask some questions, but looking at Wei Zhongxian's face, he didn't know why he couldn't ask. He wanted to know why 2 years had already passed. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. The famous young commander had already become a cold avenger, but there were still people waiting and following him without complaint, just like in the past. Could it be that they couldn't see the change in that person? Could it be that they couldn't see that he was no longer the him of the past? Could it be that if he wanted to overthrow this country and destroy the achievements that everyone had made with their blood and lives, they would still follow him willingly? But looking at Wei Zhongxian, he didn't know why he couldn't ask the question in his heart. But just because he couldn't ask, it didn't mean that Wei Zhongxian couldn't see it. The old man put his hands in his sleeves and hunched his body. He seemed to be an old man who was afraid of the cold. Although with his superb skills, he wouldn't feel cold even if he stood naked in the cold winter snow. He was just used to it. Because everyone had their own identity, he had to remember his identity and past. If he did something bad and his hands were dirty, he had to shrink back. Just like how he firmly remembered another person's identity and remembered his things. He smiled slightly. Master is eloquent. When he laughs and scolds, he often says some thought-provoking words. Some are vulgar, some are elegant, but in the end, they all hide a reason. When he scolds someone, he once said that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. When it comes to people, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. Wang Wuan furrowed his brows. He didn't understand. Wei Zhongxian smiled. Some people won't change. The things in their bones won't change. Real people won't be affected by external things. You will see it one day. Wang Wuan's expression changed slightly. You mean Wei Zhongxian didn't continue? He just looked at the cold night sky. His sharp eyes pierced through the night and looked at a light rising from the darkness. The light flashed and disappeared, sweeping through the night sky at an extremely fast speed. This old eunuch had remembered his identity all his life. He knew that he was a bastard and that he was a person. He knew that there was only one person in the world who completely treated him as a person, even if he didn't deserve to be a person. Because of this, he had some expectations. That pair of narrowed old eyes seemed to flash with bright colors. Wei Zhongxian said softly, "We all believe, so we are all waiting. We will see it again one day." At this moment, the seraph had taken off from the darkness and was flying into the distance. Jia Sherdao was screaming. He was obviously very excited. Sun Lang thought that this stupid Odu should be excited because he was participating in history, participating in a very creative flight. Just as the Wright brothers on Earth received the honor of being the inventors of the airplane because they completed the first practical manned flight, at this moment, in the sky of the Empire, there was another pair of brothers who were performing an epic-making feat of flight. History would remember this day. While remembering Sun Lang, it would also remember Jia Sherdao and the important role he played at this moment. He had become the first living navigation pendant in human history. Jia Sherdao, who was firmly under the belly of the seraph, shouted hysterically, Too big! I'm choking!" Sun Lang's shocked voice came from the cabin of the seraph. "What are you holding in your mouth?" "I'm talking about the wind. The wind is too strong. Nia Feng is here. I have no idea what you're talking about." At this moment the seraph was flying horizontally. As the most powerful combat weapon in the Lihua nation, it had many forms. At this moment it was flying at high speed, and its aerodynamic layout was not far from the fighter jets on Earth. Although the conservative Lihua priests had never learned aerodynamics, the principles of the world were objective. The creation of the seraph was the culmination of years of painstaking efforts of countless wise men in the Lihua order. After several generations of improvements, it was an extremely rare and limited edition, and had reached the pinnacle in certain field. Now, the seraph was flying in the sky, and Jia Sherdao was tied to the belly of the plane and screaming. His hands and feet were firmly fixed. Sun Lang had hung his brother on the hanger of the super-heavy aerial bomb. So, Jia Sherdao was screaming in surprise. Well, surprise, at least that was what Sun Lang thought. He said leisurely, "Watch the road. It's cold outside, isn't it? Remember to circulate your inner breath and hold your yuan gong. This is good for your cultivation." Hey, speaking of which, Xiaolongnu's frost jade bed can speed up the cultivation of inner strength. Is the principle similar to this? If that's the case, then we can get some high-speed aircrafts from Lihua and hang some of the young elites on the bomb racks to help them cultivate their martial arts. Most likely, they will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Isn't that wonderful? Jia Sherdao lowered his head hard to block the wind and spoke more smoothly. He said angrily, "I'm freezing outside, and you're making sarcastic remarks inside." Sun Lang said casually, "Seniority is seniority. Do you want me to let you enjoy the air conditioner inside while I'm outside enjoying the cold wind? What kind of logic is that?" Jia Sherdao complained, "Why not? Brothers should respect each other. Brothers should give in to each other. The elder brother should take care of the younger brother. This is brotherly love. Besides, I've seen the inner cabin of the Lihua device before. It's not too big or too small. It's okay for us to squeeze a little." In the next moment, Jia Sherdao felt the world spinning. The Seraph, which was flying smoothly, suddenly did a big roll maneuver and then a bell-like maneuver. Its movements were clean and graceful. If it was on Earth, even 50 Uncle Philosophies would be able to take it down. Jia Sherdao, who was tied up outside, felt a chill in his stomach. He knew he was being taught a lesson by his brother again. He yelled, "Why? What did I say wrong again? Isn't it just a squeeze? Squeeze your ass, motherf asterisk cur. But this is a good suggestion. Next time I'll teach Inluo to fly the Seraph, I'll squeeze with her. With our relationship, it's okay to squeeze a little." Amid Jia Sherdao's screams, the Seraph swept across the dark sky and rushed toward the southeast. After flying for a long time, a little light appeared on the horizon. Dawn was coming. A huge black shadow whizzed down from the sky and transformed in midair. With a roaring mechanical sound, the transformed steel giant crashed to the ground. The surrounding rocks were crushed and floated in the air, dissipating in all directions. A figure fell off the steel giant and staggered a few steps forward as if he was having a seizure. The body opened. Sun Lang appeared like a ghost and waved his hand. A hot current blew on Jia Sherdao's body, making him shiver suddenly and let out a comfortable sigh. His slightly stiff limbs quickly warmed up. The strong internal strength merged into his body, making the internal chi that had been struggling to resist the cold current wind blade run faster. The genuine chi flowing in his bones seemed to be strengthened a little. Was it really effective? The advancement this time was almost equivalent to several months of bitter seclusion. Such rapid progress was enough to make any martial artist happy. There was nothing more delightful than this. He was surprised and happy. Looking at his hands, he couldn't help but smile. But he was only happy for a few seconds. Sun Lang's sinister laughter sounded behind him. "As long as you like it, let's practice more. Your martial arts are too weak. I haven't been able to supervise you in the past 2 years, so I have to make up for it." Jia Sherdao's smile froze on his face. Before he could say anything, Sun Lang said, "Look around. I roughly calculated the distance. We should not be far from Summer State now." Although Jia Sherdao was responsible for the live navigation pendant, he had been focused on filling the air along the way. But it was understandable. Even a warrior with a strong foundation and a fearless body would be shocked if he didn't pee all the way on a subsonic fighter. How could he have the time to pay attention to the direction? At this time, he calmed down and focused his eyes to look around. He observed the rivers and mountains around him. A detailed topographic map of the Tang and Summer states of the Empire appeared in his mind. Originally, the Empire's map drawing method was extremely simple and crude. Without advanced observation equipment, it was impossible to accurately measure distances and take aerial photograph. Therefore, the maps drawn were very inaccurate and sometimes lacked recognition. Fortunately, Sun Lang came and proposed the concept of scale and contour lines. With this concept, which was extremely simple but had great application, the imperial court began to promote the mapping of maps again. What Jia Sherdao remembered in his mind was the new map he had drawn. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to determine his location through simple observation and memorization of the map when he was in the dark. At this time, the sky was already bright. With this faint light, he observed the direction of the mountains and rivers. He seemed to have made a judgment. Then he looked up at the sky, pinched his fingers, and slowly calculated the position. After double-checking, he said in a certain tone, "This should be near Tang State and Hui County. After 100 miles to the west, we will enter Summer State. After reaching Summer State, brother, fly slower. When we find Xuanwu River, go east along the river. After passing Qing's Supreme Emperor Peak, we will soon reach Jinling." Sun Lang was silent for a moment and said lightly, "Rest for a while and get ready to go." Jia Sherdao looked at Sun Lang, and suddenly a very inappropriate word flashed in his mind. Timid when one is close to home. Did brother have hesitation and fear in his heart? Yes, his feelings about the Jia mansion must be very complicated. After all, so many things had happened. Who would be able to let go so easily? He sighed in his heart and then whispered, "Brother, what are you going to do when you go back?" Sun Lang said coldly, "First, go to my grave and uncover a life achievement." Hearing this, Jia Sherdao was stunned at first, and then found it funny. No matter what, it was very interesting to be able to come to his grave alive. But that grave, should it continue to exist? According to common sense, since his brother was not dead, that grave should not be left. After all, he was not dead, so how could he leave such a bad thing? But no one knew that his brother was actually not his brother. That grave, that Tao tablet, and the name engraved on it were the last things that someone left in this world. Thinking of his cousin who had really died 8 years ago, Jia Sherdao could not help but sigh in his heart. He now knew what the so-called fate plays tricks on people meant. He thought for a moment and said calmly, "Brother said that this time we are just here to check out the situation, so we don't have to show up in a big way. And, actually, there is no need to go to Rongwa Mansion." Sun Lang looked at him. Jia Sherdao met his gaze and continued, "If the old lady is really sick, then this news can't be hidden from my father. He will know sooner or later, so let's go see my father first. We can also learn about the old lady's illness from my father. Brother, you don't have to go back directly." Sun Lang nodded slightly at first, then realized and said with a glare, "I am going to see your father. Who wants to go to Rongwa Mansion? I don't know the way." Jia Sherdao nodded and whispered, "Actually, it's okay to see the old lady from afar." He looked at Sun Lang's glare and hurriedly added, "It's just a glance to get to know him, to avoid not recognizing him in the future. I'll take elder brother to Rongwa Manor and quietly walk around, without alerting anyone." Sun Lang grabbed him by the collar expressionlessly and put him on the bomb rack again. "We'll talk when we get there." Chapter 732. The Blazing Angel, who was as fast as lightning, traveled very quickly. Following Jia Sherdao's directions, they found the Xuanwu River after entering Xiazhou. They followed the river all the way west and passed Qing's Supreme Emperor Peak. Soon, Jinling was in sight. It was already dawn and the curfew was over. The city gate was full of people waiting to enter the city. Looking down from the sky, the bustling people were like ants, orderly in the chaos. Sun Lang wasn't familiar with Jinling City, so he couldn't find a place to land for a while. In order not to attract attention, it was best to land outside the city. After making the decision, he controlled the seraph to flap its wings left and right. This was a very obvious tactical signal. He believed that with his tacit understanding with Jia Sherdao, the other party would definitely understand his meaning. Then Sun Lang pressed the launch button. The living humanoid navigation pendant swooped down with a series of screams. At the same time, the belly of the plane opened in the air, and Sun Lang fell down. However, his situation was different from Jia Shidao's, because he could do whatever he wanted with high martial arts. Therefore, Sun Lang leisurely overtook his younger brother, who was dancing and falling down. He revealed his snow-white teeth and smiled brightly. "Silly, I can fly." Sun Lang landed first, and Jia Shidao was pulled away by Sun Lang before his face hit the ground, so he lost the chance to enter the two-dimensional space. He looked at Sun Lang with resentment in his eyes. No matter what, Jia Shidao was a real man. Even his elder brother couldn't treat him like a child and play tricks on him. After all, his brother had said before that a man couldn't be subdued by force. Just as Jia Shidao looked at Sun Lang and gradually mustered up the courage to talk to his brother about treatment and domestic violence, a beast roared. They landed on a deserted mountain. There was still some distance away from Jinling City. There were no villages around them, so there were no traces of people. The noise of them landing on the ground had alerted the beasts in the mountain. A piebald tiger smelled the human scent and rushed out. It probably wanted to eat breakfast. However, before it could even let out a roar, Sun Lang slapped its head. The tough tiger head instantly exploded, shattering into pieces and sending brain matter flying everywhere. Its huge body tumbled a few times in the air and fell far below the cliff. There was a faint sound of splashing. It must have turned into two-dimensional form. Sun Lang exercised his wrists and turned to look at his brother. "What were you looking at?" Jia Shidao swallowed. Since he could slap a tiger that weighed a few 100 kilograms, he could naturally grab his younger brother and throw him off the cliff. Anyway, the previous example had clearly shown that he could catch him even if he threw him. Furthermore, he could throw it 100 times in a row. As a man who knew when to yield and when to stand tall, he looked away and said nonchalantly, "Nothing." Sun Lang snorted and looked in the direction of Jinling. Even though it was far away, and it was only early in the morning, he could still vaguely see the scenery of Xia State. The streets were bustling, and there were many people. After all, it was the hinterland of the empire, Xia State in Jiangnan. In terms of prosperity, it was much better than Mingzhou. This was the city where the legitimate son of Ronghua Mansion had escaped. This was the beginning of everything, the source of fate. Now, it was his first time here. From the beginning, this was the place he didn't want to come to the most. Sun Lang was slightly dazed. He looked for a while and said calmly, "Let's go." This was a deserted mountain with no mountain roads, but for the two of them, such terrain was nothing. They went down the mountain and quickly found the official road. "We have to disguise ourselves," Jia Shidao said. "We can't enter the city like this. There are too many people, and many people will recognize me. Besides, brother, this was normal." The four major families were intertwined and occupied half of Jinling. Jia Shidao was the legitimate son of Duke Ronghua, the eldest son of Jia Shidao. He used to be a famous devil, and then became a famous hero of Tianyuan. Many people knew him. If he swaggered on the street, he would be recognized within 10 steps. It would be fine if they recognized him, but if someone with a good memory thought that the person beside Master Jia looked familiar, then it would be King Fun. He said carefully, "It's never wrong to be careful. Although brother." Alas, although that person has been away from home for 11 years, people who are familiar with him might still recognize him. Sun Lang nodded and said, "That's a problem. We'll leave at night and arrive at dawn. Time is tight. We can't wait until nighttime. Let's get 2 sets of cloaks." The two of them quickened their pace and soon came to a town. Jia Shidao had a way. He disguised himself a little and found a tailor shop to buy 2 sets of cloaks. Martial arts were popular in the empire, and there were many people in the martial arts world. There was a great demand for cloaks, and tailors of all sizes had a lot of chivalrous outfit. After that, they bought 2 more horses and put on a complete show. They also bought 2 swords. After dressing up, the 2 Jianghu people went on their way. Along the way, the people were rich and prosperous, and the industry and commerce were extremely developed. Coupled with the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers, it was indeed different from the north. It was a kind of exquisite leisure and wealth. When they entered the city, there were soldiers inspecting them. Logically speaking, these 2 sneaky Jianghu people were the focus of the inspection. However, Jia Sherdao secretly showed the Jia family's token, so they were exempted from the inspection. The 4 big families were very powerful in Jinling. Even though the Jia family had been weak in recent years, they were not people that a few small soldiers dared to offend. After entering the city, Sun Lang was obviously quieter. Through the cloak, he looked around coldly. Jia Sherdao's heart was pounding, but he could only find something to talk about. He introduced the scenery of Jinling to his brother, such as the good places to eat, drink, and have fun, especially the good places to have fun. It was a pleasure ground for men, a wonderful paradise. Jinling was the rich Jiangnan. Wherever the rich gathered, there would naturally be more and more high-end and professional service industries. Before the war, everyone would usually talk about this topic. Men, especially in a place like the army where blood and desire were extremely vigorous, naturally would talk about this topic. Everyone liked to brag about how many brothels they had visited and how many young ladies they had visited. They would also talk about the differences in service across the 9 regions of the empire, with spittle flying everywhere. For example, which places young ladies were gentle, which places young ladies were hot, which places young ladies had a good figure, which places young ladies were well dressed, which places young ladies would pat you on the shoulder and say things like officer, F***ck, beep. Men always liked to give advice on such topics and show that they were knowledgeable. At that time, whenever this topic was brought up, the elder brother would show a look of disdain, as if he was not interested in it. However, he would secretly perk up his ears, afraid that he would miss a word. Over time, everyone felt that something was wrong and wondered if Jia Zhuge had never been to that kind of place before. The elder brother smiled disdainfully when he mentioned it. He looked down on the crowd and threw out some terms that they did not understand, such as OUAC 90 authentication and one-stop service. He also explained some small ways to play the game, which immediately intimidated the group of uncouth men, making them bow their heads and call him elder brother. But later, everyone felt that something was wrong. Although Jia Zhuge talked about how powerful he was still too inexperienced. After some private discussion, they realized that Jia Zhuge was most likely like Wang Yuan, the forbidden book of martial arts, in the story he told. He was full of unique martial arts and martial arts knowledge, but he was a weakling who could not even truss a chicken and only knew how to talk. Of course, such words could not be said in front of Marshal Jia. There was a hothead who did so. His elder brother hit him with a brick, tied him up, and hung him up. Then, his elder brother did not beat him, scold him, or threaten him. Instead, he moved a small stool and sat in front of him. He wrote a story on the spot called Madame's Desire. This story was purely fictional, but the name of the male lead was the same as the hothead's name. He was also a general who fought in the war. The surname of the female lead was also the same as the hothead's wife. When he wrote the 4th chapter, he admitted defeat, softened, and became terrified. No one knew the specific content of the story. In short, the hothead was completely terrified. After all, if this story was spread out, this hothead's head would really turn blue. Marshal Jia's public opinion was really vicious. After this battle, everyone was horrified. Therefore, no one dared to doubt whether the marshal had actual combat experience. Everyone tacitly agreed that he was a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although this veteran would be very concerned every time he heard about the brothel. After listening to it, he would criticize it, saying things like, The service in your country is still too simple. It was always like this in the past. When talking about this kind of topic, his brother would instantly become excited. But now it was different. Even if Jia Sherdao deliberately mentioned the famous courtesans of Jinling in the summer state and the famous brothel that the scholars in Jiangnan could not forget, his brother had no reaction at all. What the hell was going on? It couldn't be right? Was his brother nervous? Why was he so nervous as soon as he entered Jinling City? Otherwise, why was he not interested in brothels and women? While Jia Sherdao was muttering in his heart, he heard his brother say, "You are a man in your 20s, and you are always talking about brothels and brothels. Is it so childish? Is it so fun to play with women?" Hearing this, Jia Sherdao's body trembled. He was also tortured by Sun Lang last night, and these days he had been suspicious. His head was suddenly cramped, and he said in a trembling voice, "Brother, are you playing with men now?" The two were silent for a moment, and Jia Sherdao said pitifully, "Brother, I was wrong." Sun Lang's face was indifferent, and his hand reached for the pocket of the windbreaker under the cloak. A flash of determination flashed across Jia Sherdao's face. He condensed the qi in his lower abdomen, and the internal force flowed around his body. He was ready to glide over like a wild goose falling from the sand and hug his brother's leg to beg for mercy. Because he saw Sun Lang's movement under the cloak, no matter what his brother was going to take out, it was definitely not something good. But at this moment, the two of them stopped moving at the same time. At this moment, the two of them were in the middle of a busy city, and the surroundings were noisy and noisy. The shops, tea-houses, and restaurants on both sides of the street were leaking out laughter and conversations. All kinds of voices were entangled together, and it was hard to hear clearly. But the two of them were both people with strong martial arts, and their ears and eyes were clear, and their divine minds were clear. All kinds of entangled voices were actually clearly separated, and it was easy to hear clearly. They heard a word in the midst of the tumult of voices. This sentence was very soft, and the tone was very mysterious, and it was very careful. It should be a gossip to the drinking friends at the table to show off and show off. But this sentence fell into the ears of Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao so clearly. "Have you heard? Old Madame Sher of the Jia Mansion is sick in bed, and the Rongua Mansion sigh." Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao looked at each other. Their eyes became gloomy at the same time. This wasn't as simple as gossip and bragging. The Jia Mansion covered the sky in Jinling, and the Jia Mansion had been weak in recent years. The Rongua Mansion had lost its last male heir, and it was only supported by old Madame Sher's power. Old Madame Sher was the last pillar of the Rongua Mansion, and such a key person's every move would affect the situation of the Rongua Mansion and even the situation of Jinling. Even if it was a small illness, it was an earth-shattering event for the Rongua Mansion. Therefore, when the old madam was sick, the Rongua Mansion should have kept the news strictly guarded. How could this news be spread even in the tea-houses on the streets and alleys? Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao were both suspicious people, and this made them think of too many things. Their horses had been left at the horse inn in the city. They looked at each other and walked into the tea-house facing the street together. The waiter came up to greet them attentively, and Jia Sherdao raised his hand and threw a small ingot of silver into his arms. "It's none of your business, move aside." Sun Lang had already walked past the waiter and stepped onto the second floor. His kung fu was much better than Jia Sherdao's, and he could locate the source of the voice clearly. After coming to the second floor, he looked at the table on the left. There were 3 people sitting around the table, dressed quite decently. They were here for breakfast. There were porridge, tea, and some side dishes on the table. They were carefully sipping tea and chatting with sighs. Sun Lang strode forward and sat on the empty seat as if there was no one else around. The 3 people were shocked and said coldly, "Who told you about old Madame Sher?" Those few people saw a Jianghu man in a cloak sitting over without any politeness. Originally, they were a little baffled, but when they heard the other party directly ask about old Madame Sure, their faces suddenly changed. The four big families were entrenched in Jinling and had great power and reputation. Although the Jia family was showing signs of decline, they had not yet fallen. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was not a small matter to be caught red-handed talking about the old madam of the Jia family behind her back. The three people's faces turned pale, and one of the horse-faced men said blankly, "What's wrong with old Madame Sure? Who are you, brother? We've never met before, right?" The cloak moved without wind and the black curtain lifted slightly, revealing Sun Lang's eyes. His sharp gaze condensed and reflected in the horse-faced man's eyes. "Speak." The man's body began to tremble violently, his face instantly turning snow-white and cold sweat dripping down. He looked at Sun Lang with eyes full of despair and horror, as if he had seen the king of hell. He stammered, I heard it from my fellow villagers," Sun Lang said coldly. "Who is your hometown? Where did he hear it from?" Sun Lang put the sword in his hand on the table and pulled it out half an inch. This was an ordinary iron sword, and there was nothing special about it. The sound of the sword being unsheathed was also very subtle, but when it fell into the horse-faced man's ears, it was like a huge bell, and thunder roared. His heart was instantly broken, and he said sadly, he heard it from his neighbor. According to him, his neighbor works in the Wang family, and he heard it from their steward. And their steward is the confidant of old master Wang Rin of the Wang family. Under Sun Lang's intimidation, he finally explained the matter clearly. Sun Lang looked at him, picked up the sword, and left an ingot of silver. Go whore. Then he went downstairs, and the sound of his footsteps slowly faded away. The three of them looked at each other, sighed, and slumped into their chairs. They felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. "This is interesting." After leaving the tea-house, Sun Lang said lightly, "The Wang family. In Jinling, when it comes to the Wang family, there is only one Wang family. So, who is Wang Ren?" Hearing this name, Jia Sherdao stopped and said in surprise, "Wang Ren?" Sun Lang said lightly, "Yes, that person said that the news came from the Wang family, and the steward who mentioned it was Wang Ren's confidant. That's what he said." Jia Sherdao hesitated and said slowly, "Wang Ren is indeed from the Wang family." Sun Lang saw the shock and hesitation on Jia Sherdao's face. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What else?" Jia Sherdao whispered, "He is the brother of second sister-in-law Lian." Sun Lang thought about it, and then remembered who second sister-in-law Lian was. He frowned and said, "Wang Shifeng?" Jia Sherdao's face was still shocked, and he nodded blankly. "Yes." Sun Lang continued to walk and said, "I heard from Sister Bao that the Dowager Duchess is old, and she has already distributed the power of the family, and Wang Shifeng is almost the nominal head of the family. She is very liked by the Dowager Duchess, and she does things well. She runs the Ronghua mansion well, and she is a person who does things well." Jia Sherdao was a bit uneasy and said softly, "Yes." Sun Lang said coldly, "With the Dowager Duchess's performance and intelligence, Wang Shifeng should have known to block the news, but the news was not blocked, and the source of the news was her brother." Jia Sherdao shivered and shook his head subconsciously. "It can't be Sister Feng." Sun Lang said, "Why not?" Jia Sherdao said stubbornly, "Of course not. Sister Feng would not do such a thing. After she married into the Jia family, she has always done her best. Although people sometimes think that she is a bit mean and cruel, she is still on the Jia family's side, and the Dowager Duchess likes her. What kind of evidence is this? Isn't she a smart person? Now that the Jia family is in danger, it is reasonable for her to plan for herself." Sun Lang sneered. "Whether it is or not, we will know after we drag Wang Ren out and interrogate him." Demons and monsters, a group of demons dancing around, how interesting. Jia Sherdao asked, "Now?" "Of course not." Sun Lang said, "There are priorities. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. Since Wang Ren is the master of the Wang family, we are not afraid that he will grow wings and run away. Now, let's go and see your father and talk to him about what has happened in the Jia family recently. Chapter 733. Two lifelike stone lions stood at the bottom of the steps. Behind them were three large doors with animal heads. Above the main door was a plaque with the words, Ningguo Fu written in gold. This was the Ningguo Fu, where the eldest son of the Jia family lived. Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao walked for more than an hour before they arrived at the Ningguo Fu. They saw that the main door was tightly shut. Under the eaves sat a dozen people in magnificent attire. They were probably on duty at the door. There were people going in and out of the doors at the east and west corners. There was no sound of laughter. Everyone held their breaths and restrained their expressions. They entered and exited quickly. Naturally, they had a dignified bearing. No wonder they were the Jiangnan aristocratic family with deep root. Sun Lang looked in that direction from afar. It's much less human than the Marquis of Jing'an's manor. Jia Sherdao didn't know where the Marquis of Jing'an's manor was. The two brothers had only been reunited for 2 days and had encountered such a strange situation. He didn't even have time to ask about his elder brother's experiences in the past 2 years. But right now, he wasn't in the mood to explore the Marquis of Jing'an's manor. Looking at the home he grew up in, his cousin swallowed and said in a negotiating tone, "Elder brother, when the time comes, don't hit my father." Sun Lang seemed to be in a better mood now. He actually joked, "Wow, father and son love each other so much. You love your father so much. Do you want your son to inherit your father's legacy?" Jia Sherdao clearly didn't hear the malicious intent in these words. After all, he still underestimated his elder brother's bottom line. He frowned and said, "Father and son love has nothing to do with a son inheriting his father's legacy, right? But, after all, I am my father's son. No matter what, I will still inherit the position of Ningguo Fu in the future." As he spoke, he stole a glance at Sun Lang and sighed in his heart. If the person in front of him was willing, he could also inherit the position of Duke Ronghua. He could use that identity to continue living and logically inherit and take over the enormous family business and shocking wealth of the Ronghua manor. After all, the Ronghua manor, which had lost its male heir, had no future. Even if he was a fake, that group of orphans and widows could only rely on him. In fact, if he harbored resentment and hatred in his heart, he could return to the Ronghua mansion and quietly extend his evil claws to the women in the mansion. In any case, they were not related by blood, so he could even turn the entire Ronghua mansion into his back garden where he could take whatever he wanted. But he didn't want to. The so-called title of Duke Ronghua, the wealth of the Jia family, the beauty of the Grand View Garden, all of these added together were probably not as important as his real name. Was there really no other way? Jia Sherdao sighed inwardly. Perhaps there really was no turning back. After 8 years, her happiness had been shattered twice. Her elder brother had paid an extremely high price to win her freedom. How could she return to the past? "Let's go," Sun Lang said. "I don't want to see outsiders. Let's climb over the wall." Jia Sherdao heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his brother was still the same as before. He didn't care about anything. He climbed over walls, broke locks, set fires, and looted. He didn't have the arrogance and temper of a master. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they wouldn't have done something as disgraceful as climbing over walls. They might have even entered through the front door. Since he was willing to climb over the wall, that was good. As the devil incarnate of the Ningguo manor, Jia Sherdao had a deep and comprehensive understanding of how to sneak out of the house. He knew which dog hole was easy and clean to crawl through, which courtyard wall wasn't patrolled, and which path was safer to take. These were deeply imprinted in the memories of his childhood and adolescence. He found a secluded place, and the two of them leaped over the wall and entered the place. Jia Sherdao looked around and set a route in his heart. Then, he took Sun Lang straight to the study where Jia Su usually stayed. It was already morning, and according to his father's usual habits, he should be reading in the study. They didn't disturb anyone along the way. Of course, Jia Sherdao was very familiar with his home, and Sun Lang's martial arts had reached the peak of perfection. Even if they met maids and servants on the way, and even if it was inconvenient for him to use the Kang's sneaking skill for Jia Sherdao's sake, he could still easily avoid them. Therefore, in his own home, the future Duke Ning was still hiding. With mixed feelings, he took Sun Lang through the back garden path, past the mountain corridor, and around a small lake in the manor. In a quiet bamboo forest, his father's study was already in sight. Jia Sherdao said, "Shall I go in and have a look?" Sun Lang sneered and said, "Don't bother. With your father's scheming, I'm afraid he'll think that I'm here when he sees you come back overnight. Besides, with the 2 ounces of sesame oil in your belly, you'll be exposed if he asks you a few questions. It's not fun for me to hide." He walked towards the small study in the bamboo forest. Jia Sherdao had no choice but to follow him. He couldn't help but feel anxious. His elder brother wasn't from the Jia mansion, but his father didn't know this. If his father got angry after seeing his elder brother, and even sneered at him as an elder, his elder brother's fiery temper would most likely cause him to fight. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Jia Sherdao thought that even 10 of his fathers couldn't beat his brother with one hand. What should he do then? But when he got closer, his brother's voice rang out, "Your father isn't here?" Jia Sherdao was relieved at first, then startled. He's been ignoring the family affairs for the past few years. He's usually here and rarely goes out. Could it be that the Rongwa mansion, if he wasn't here, there was only one explanation. Although his father didn't care about the family affairs and left the family affairs to his wife and housekeeper, no matter how detached he was from worldly affairs, he couldn't neglect the word filial piety. Madame Sher of the Rongwa mansion was his elder, and the only one left among the elders. If she wasn't feeling well, this nephew of his would have to kneel and serve her medicine. He looked at Sun Lang, and Sun Lang seemed to have thought of this possibility as well. His face didn't look too good. After all, he was more against going to the Rongwa mansion. Jia Sherdao whispered, or Sun Lang said coldly, "Or what? This time I'm here to inquire about the situation with your father and discuss the situation. If he's in the Rongwa mansion to fulfill his filial piety, who knows how long he'll stay there. Let's not worry about him for now. Since your father isn't here, we'll go to the Wang family first and visit Master Wang Ren." Jia Sherdao thought about it and said, "We don't have much time. This time we're just here to investigate the situation. We'll be back in Qinzhou at the latest tonight. We can't wait like this. How about we ask someone to find out where my father is? If he's in the Rongwa mansion, we'll have to ask how long he'll stay there." Sun Lang thought about it and shook his head. "Let's go in and see." He came to the small building and pushed the door open. There was no one inside. He went through the front hall and came to the main room of the study. It was cold in the room. A pen was on the pen holder, and the tip of the pen was frozen with dark ink. After all, it was his own home. Jia Sherdao immediately walked to the candlestick on the side after entering the door. After checking it, he said, "Father usually reads here at night, but from the looks of the candle, it didn't seem to be burning last night. The same goes for the incense. The qinglin powder in the stove is used to clear the mind and absorb new energy. It's used when practicing qi and reading in the morning. There are signs of burning, but there's no residual heat, which means it was used yesterday morning but not this morning. Not only that, Father wasn't here last night. If he was reading here last night, the incense in the stove should be the cloudwood incense that warms the mind." He muttered the clues that only the rich would know, and then said in a certain tone, Father was here yesterday morning, but not at night. He didn't come this morning either. He didn't act as usual for 2 consecutive days, so he definitely wasn't in the Ningua mansion last night. So, he must have spent the night in the Rongua mansion. Sun Lang said faintly, "Oh." The famous detective Jia Sherdao had just made an impeccable deduction, and he was quite proud of his wit. He said it to his brother to show off, like a little kid who was eager to be praised, but his brother's attitude was very cold, which naturally disappointed him. He looked back with some grievance and dissatisfaction, but found that Sun Lang had his back to him, standing in front of his father's desk and observing something. So, he said in a more serious tone, "Brother, is my deduction wrong?" Sun Lang turned around. I don't know. After all, I'm from the countryside and I don't know anything about incense. But your father did leave yesterday morning, and he didn't come back at night." Jia Sherdao was puzzled. "Brother, how do you know?" Sun Lang raised his hand, which was holding an inkstone. "The ink inside told me that it was finished grinding 27 hours, 45 minutes, and 7 seconds ago, and then it was left here. Your father didn't wash the inkstone, but left it here for more than a day, and the pen was also left here. Of course, he didn't come back all night." Jia Sherdao stammered, Brother, how do you know when the ink was ground out?" Sun Lang smiled. "I'm good at martial arts." "This reason is too omnipotent, isn't it?" Sun Lang ignored Jia Sherdao, who looked troubled. After a moment of silence, he said, "It seems that your father suddenly heard something important when he was fishing in the study yesterday. He didn't even have time to tidy up here before he left in a hurry and didn't come back all night. Did he hear about Madame Shi's illness?" Jia Sherdao nodded. "Most likely. Don't you think it strange?" Sun Lang put down the inkstone and pointed at Jia Sherdao. "Let's think about the timeline. 4 days ago, your father found you, who was a Taoist priest in the Taoist temple, and gave you some information. He told you that I was still alive and stirring up trouble in Qinzhou. I was very curious at that time. The incident in Qinzhou was only recently, and the inside story was very subtle and very secretive. I wasn't surprised that he knew about the incident in Mingzhou, but he knew about the incident in Qinzhou so quickly. But at that time, he didn't tell you that Matriarch Shi was sick. Now, it seems that it was not that he didn't tell you but that he was kept in the dark. This is strange. A rich man who slacked off every day and was in a half-retired state was so well informed that he could learn the top-tier secrets of the court very quickly, but he knew nothing about Matriarch Shi's illness that was right next to him." Jia Sherdao's expression changed slightly. "Maybe Madame Shi just got sick recently," Sun Lang didn't refute. Instead, he continued, "As time went by, the day before you came to Qinzhou, I sent a letter to Mingzhou. At that time, Shui Baochai and Lin Daiyu didn't mention Madame Shi's illness. When I heard the news that you rushed to Qinzhou overnight and attacked the Bai clan fort, I became curious about the source of your father's information. I felt that there was something fishy about it. To be safe, I sent an urgent letter to Mingzhou to ask Shui Baochai if anything had happened in the Jia mansion. Coincidentally, after Shui Baochai sent the letter that day, she received the news that Madame Shi was sick. Of course, her source of information was her close sisters in the Rongua mansion. But the problem is that she received the letter 2 or 3 days ago, and it would take at least 2 days for the letter to be sent from Summerzhou to Mingzhou. Even if it was sent by the fastest sword eagle, it would take at least 2 days for it to reach her." Jia Sherdao's expression was very unpleasant. After calculating the time, Sun Lang gestured with his hands. "In other words, Madame Shi was sick 5 or 6 days ago, and your father only received the news yesterday," Jia Sherdao said in a low voice. "Maybe Madame Shi was just sick and didn't want to disturb my father," Sun Lang said. "I hope so. But don't you think that it's a bit of a coincidence?" "What coincidence?" Sun Lang's eyes flickered as he said meaningfully, 5 to 6 days ago was the time when the matter regarding the Bai clan fort began to spread and the envoys arrived in the capital. Yesterday was your first day in the Bai clan fort. Jia Sherdao was shocked and couldn't say anything for a while. Sun Lang said playfully, Shui Baochai, who is far away in Mingzhou and is acting under the imperial order, received the news early. But Duke Ning, who is close by, only learned about Aunt's illness yesterday. Are the Rong and Ning mansions so estranged? Who decided to send the news to Shui Baochai, and who decided to inform your father? The illness should have been concealed, but how did it spread on the streets? The source of the news was actually Wang Shifeng's brother, and Wang Shifeng is old Madame Shi's most beloved and trusted right-hand woman. She is the main person in charge of Ronghua Manor. His smile became colder. Interesting, very interesting. Madame Shi is indeed the pillar of the Rong family. How could an illness involve so many twists and turns? Jia Sherdao took a deep breath. Brother, are you saying that there's a mole in the Jia family? Sun Lang said in a deep voice, I'm afraid so. I have a feeling that this isn't a coincidence. The situation between me and the imperial court is very delicate now. If the emperor wants to open up the situation, he has to do it from the side. The Jia family is a very good breakthrough point. Even if they didn't interfere before, they won't let go of this opportunity now. He leaned against Jia Su's desk and thought for a while. Your father is a smart man. He's suspicious, but not very suspicious. He should be able to see the emperor's nature, and wouldn't be easily moved by the other party's promises. Of course, that's only relatively speaking, because everyone is stupid sometimes. He was talking about his father in front of Jia Sherdao, which made the younger brother smile bitterly. However, he couldn't help but feel gloomy. He didn't believe that his father would do anything, but if it really happened, what would his brother do? Also, relatively speaking, the other person is more suspicious. This brought Jia Sherdao back to reality. Who? Sun Lang grinned. Of course it's your big sister Feng. Her brother was spouting nonsense in the Wang family, causing the rumors to spread. I'm afraid the source of the news is related to her. At the same time, she's deeply favored by the Dowager Duchess, and is practically the de facto leader of the Jia family. Now that Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai aren't in Jinling, her power must have increased a lot. It's not difficult for her to block and spread the news. As for the motive, there are too many. After all, the Jia family is about to collapse. Some want to continue, while others want to make other plans. As long as there's a desire, people will make a choice. The motive and reason are actually not important. As long as there are facts and evidence, it's enough. Jia Sherdao still didn't seem to want to believe that the strong and shrewd sister Feng in his memory had ulterior motives. He said blankly, Facts and evidence? Sun Lang nodded and said, The most efficient way is to directly tie her up and bring her here. After I have a cordial exchange with her and preach to her our military's preferential treatment of captives, she will definitely feel full of warmth and gratitude. After feeling the glory of communism, she will tell me everything she knows and answer whatever I ask her. Jia Sherdao shivered and looked at Sun Lang with a complicated expression. You're going to torture her? Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, Bullsh *T, you're King underestimating me, aren't you? I'm a noble and decent gentleman. I've never physically attacked or punished captives and prisoners, especially beautiful women. How can I bear to hurt their bodies and let their blood flow? Not only is it disgusting, but it's also a waste. At most, he would just use the communist glorious finger. Jia Sherdao breathed a sigh of relief. Are you trying to scare her? Sister Feng is very strong-willed and intelligent. She's not a weak and ignorant woman. Brother can't shake her with just a mouth. Sun Lang said with a complicated tone. Actually, it's possible. I'm not bragging, but I can turn her into a demented question-and-answer robot within a minute with just my mouth. I don't even need to speak. But forget it. He waved his hand and said, think about it again. It's a bit inappropriate. Wang Shifeng is a prominent figure in the Ronggua mansion. If she's really involved with someone, her disappearance will definitely alert the enemy. So, we have to plan slowly. After all, the situation is very delicate now. We can't be so blatant. Wouldn't it be awkward if we wrongly blame a good person? I feel like my brother's tone is a bit complicated and strange. I feel like there's something I don't know. Jia Sherdao instinctively sensed that his brother was hiding something, but he couldn't figure it out. It wasn't his fault. After all, no matter how wild his imagination was, he couldn't imagine that his brother, who had extremely rich theoretical knowledge but extremely little practical experience, and who had never even been to a brothel, could become the natural enemy of all women in the world in just 2 years. Sun Lang waved his hand and said, "Okay, since we've found more clues, and your father won't be back for a while, let's go find Wang Ren first. We have to ask him where he got the news about Madame Shi." Jia Sherdao didn't have any objections. It was useless anyway. The two of them were about to leave, but before they reached the door, Sun Lang's expression changed slightly. "Someone's here." Jia Sherdao was shocked and then delighted. "Is my father back?" Sun Lang flashed to the bedside and looked out through the window. It's really him. He had met Jia Su a few times during the war, and he had kept a respectful distance from this elder. Firstly, Jia Su had the status of an elder in name, which meant that he could order him around, which made him very uncomfortable. After all, this was a fake relative. Secondly, he felt guilty. He was afraid that Jia Su, who had a deep mind, would see through him. However, at that time, Sun Lang and his uncle had been in the honeymoon period, and the insiders had helped to cover it up, so that Sun Lang didn't have much chance to communicate with his uncle. Moreover, Sun Lang was already very famous at that time, and in terms of military position and reputation, he was already above Jia Su. He was Jia Su's nephew, not his son, so Duke Ning couldn't call him a little bastard like he did Jia Sherdao. After all, he was an excellent child with a bright future in the family, so he had to be polite. After a few years, Sun Lang once again saw this uncle, that he was very wary of and fearful of. His mood was different from before. He had been very careful before, and he didn't dare to reveal any flaws. He was afraid that Jia Su would see through him and find out that he wasn't his nephew. Not only was he afraid of exposing his identity as a transmigrator, but he was also afraid of losing his identity as the legitimate son of Ronggua Mansion. At that time, he had already felt the warmth of family from the letters from Matriarch Shi and the people of Ronggua Mansion. However, what was fake after all. At that time I was so stupid and naive. Sun Lang mumbled to himself. Hearing that his father was here, Jia Sherdao panicked after being surprised. He said, "What?" Sun Lang glanced at him. "Your father is here. Why don't you go out and welcome him? Do you want me to go?" Hearing this, his cousin's expression changed as if his butt was on fire. He hurried out and shouted before he reached the door, "Father!" Jia Su, who was walking over, heard the familiar voice. He looked up and saw his son, who was supposed to be in Qinzhou, standing in front of his study. Even someone as shrewd as him was stunned for a moment. Then, Jia Su's pupils constricted. He looked tired, as if he didn't sleep well last night. He came in a hurry, looking irritated. No one knew why he was here. However, at this moment, the tiredness and irritation on his face were gone, and his eyes were burning. Jia Su stared at his son. "Are you alone?" Sun Lang flashed out from behind Jia Sherdao. "No, I'm here." Chapter 734. Jia Su's heart stopped beating for a second. Although he was mentally prepared, the moment Sun Lang walked out from behind Jia Sherdao, Jia Su's heart was still throbbing despite his shrewdness. the former hero of Tianyuan, the unparalleled general. His achievements were ignored by the imperial court, and his deeds were forgotten. Even his name could not be mentioned. He had already become a legend. After 2 years, he appeared again and set off turbulent undercurrents in the empire. First, it was the Ming state, then the Qin state. He was in a silent game with the emperor on the throne in the capital. The bet might be the entire empire. And this gambler who came back from the dead was inextricably linked to him. Because his surname was Jia, he was the grandson of the Rongwa family and his nephew. He used to be an ignorant and incompetent playboy in the Jia family. Later, because he ran away from home, he became the biggest joke and stain of the Jia family. Later, he became the most dazzling star in the Tianyuan army. His brilliance grew with each passing day. A few years later, he was the most dazzling star on the imperial martial wall. For example, Bei Chen was the center of all the stars. A grand marshal who wasn't even 30 years old. Only during the most ferocious warring era could one achieve such fame. Once, everyone believed that this unparalleled general who had won every battle would become the new protector of the empire. Because of this, the Jia family would step onto a new peak and enjoy limitless glory and glory. It would even surpass the 2 dukes back then. But the legend came to an abrupt end. The great desolate mountain, which was full of mysteries, buried the sky devil who had been tormenting the divine land for decades, buried 300,000 of the most elite soldiers and generals, and buried the legendary life of this peerless general. This general who had a promising future died in the last battle of the Tianyuan War, dying together with the extraterrestrial sky demon. The Rongwa family fell from the clouds overnight, and all the information was blocked. Even the most powerful general couldn't know the whole truth. Everything was buried in blood and mystery, covered by the ecstasy and pride of defeating the sky demon. In the past 2 years, there were still people who kept investigating, and there were still people who refused to forget. But the truth was still hidden in layers of fog, and no one could touch the real truth. Jia Su did not waste his efforts because he was a smart person. He had thought things through. The strange attitude of the imperial court, the vague truth of the great desolate mountain, the references in the history books, the precedents of the previous dynasty. Everything indicated that his nephew, who had shown off his ability and dazzled the 6 armies, seemed to have violated the taboo of the emperor, to the extent that he had brought about a fatal disaster. This was just a guess, and it could only exist as a guess. Jia Su was a smart person, and he would not investigate the truth. As the saying goes, if a ruler wants a subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. The reason for the ruler's death was not loyalty, but the ruler's immense power and his selfish and vicious nature. The monarch wanted his subject to die. If the subject didn't die, the monarch wanted his entire family to die. Since they didn't have the ability to fight back, they could only hide their fangs and endure. Not only did they have to endure, they had to keep a low profile. The emperor was naturally suspicious and jealous. They could not allow him to become suspicious and wary of the Jia manor again, so they had to close their doors and calmly accept the fate of the Jia family's decline. Only in this way could they dispel the emperor's suspicions and give the family a chance to survive. Jia Su had done this for the past 2 years. He allowed his son to become a monk, and he was willing to be a rich man. Every day, he practiced his qi and wrote. He did not make friends with the powerful, did not interact with the high officials, and turned a blind eye to the weakness of the Jia manor. As the saying goes, even a wise man will make a mistake. He had not expected things to develop like this. 2 years later, the person who should have died long ago actually appeared. And his actions confirmed the guesses of many people because this former marshal, who had disappeared for 2 years, did not return to the capital to report on his work. He did not even appear in front of the public. He hid behind the scenes, manipulating one major event after another that shocked the imperial court, but he did not appear in front of the stage. It was as if he was playing hide-and-seek with everyone. But it was clear that the target of his hide-and-seek was not the officials, but the emperor. In other words, he wanted to go against the emperor. Otherwise, with his military achievements, connections, status, and reputation, even if he was late for 2 years, he would still be treated with great respect and support after returning to the imperial court. Why did he give up the glory, wealth, and high position to focus on stirring up trouble in the northern border of the empire? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was demonstrating his power and stirring up trouble. It was obvious that this marshal, who had once shocked the 6 armies, had been treated badly in the great desolate mountain. After all, this was the only reason that could make a famous general jump in the emperor's face. These days, there were turbulent undercurrents in the imperial court. Even during the imperial court, the high-ranking officials would sometimes exchange meaningful glances. After all, such a long time had passed, and those who should know the inside story would already know. The big shots of the martial arts hall were well aware of the emperor's predicament and found it interesting and satisfying. They were also thinking about the possibility of changes in the situation. The emperor and his officials were never one. Everyone was selfish, and the emperor was the most selfish person in the world. Since the emperor was selfish, the officials would also plan for themselves and their families. After all, no one was stupid. After the Great War of Tianyuan, the strong enemy was gone. The situation of being united against the outside world would turn into internal friction and a struggle between the emperor and the officials. In peacetime, the emperor would not allow the military officials to have too much power, especially military power. A new round of struggle in the imperial court was inevitable. The military officials who were unwilling to hand over their power saw a great opportunity in this matter. A good opportunity to limit the emperor's power and expand the pie. Anyway, it was Jia Su who was leading the charge, and they would follow behind him. Then, they would find a chance to teach the emperor a lesson. If they succeeded, the emperor would go to the depths of the palace. If they failed, they would use Jia Su as a scapegoat. It could be said to be perfect. In the imperial court, there were all kinds of people, schemers, fools, greedy, self-righteous, unwilling to be left out, and well-informed people. They were all thinking of their own ideas. From the current situation, a storm was inevitable. In this big event, everyone had to have their own position. Jia Su, who had originally planned to slack off, only wanted to curse. Because that marshal's surname was also Jia. Coincidentally, he was a member of the Jia family, the legitimate grandson of the Rongwa mansion, and also this Jia's nephew. The two of them were blood relatives within 5 generations, so they were proper uncle and nephew. According to the laws of the empire, deceiving the emperor was a crime punishable by 9 familial exterminations. Of the 9 clans, 4 were father's clans, 3 were mother's clans, and 2 were wife's clans. F*ck. A sentence like F*ck a dog was not enough to describe Jia Su's free spirit. Even if he F*k'd all the dogs in Jinling City, it would not be able to fully express his complicated feelings. Basically, even if he rushed to the imperial capital, kowtowed, and sued his nephew, it would be useless. Because his eldest nephew seemed to have completely pissed off the emperor. 2 years later, he came back from the dead and angrily attacked the imperial court. The two were almost standing on the opposite side of each other. Because his surname was Jia, because he was born in the Rongwa family, no matter what he did, there was a clear mark of the Jia family. Personal honor and family honor were one. If he was a traitor, then the entire Jia family was a traitor. And now, the traitor who had made him a traitor was standing in front of him. Jia Su narrowed his eyes at his nephew whom he had not seen for a long time. If possible, he really wanted to slap him across the face, but he knew that this was unrealistic. After all, he was only his nephew, not his son who could be beaten and scolded however he wanted. Moreover, this nephew was a famous general who had achieved fame and status on the battlefield. His achievements were not inferior to his ancestors, and he was no longer a junior whom he could casually scold. Although he could not attack, Jia Su was still angry. After all, this junior of the clan had acted recklessly and implicated the entire Jia family. It was only right for him to be angry. He had originally wanted to mock him, but his heart froze when he saw Sun Lang's gaze. The empire was particular about ethics, and it was also particular about heaven, earth, ruler, and teacher. Filial piety not only meant being filial to one's parents and elders, but also to one's father. This fellow even dared to offend the emperor, so it did not seem like he would have any psychological burden to beat up his uncle. Jia Su was a qualified wise man. He would not do useless work, nor would he put himself in a disadvantageous situation because of a momentary slip of the tongue. Thus he endured it. Jia Su looked at his nephew quietly and narrowed his eyes. He was going to deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. Sun Lang stood on the stairs of the study. He did not bow or greet him. The two of them looked at each other in silence. It was as if they both wanted to see something from each other's faces. Jia Sherdao was caught between his father and his godbrother, and he was at a loss. He actually felt like he was in a hellish battlefield, drowning in water. On one side was his father, and on the other side was his brother. He knew what they were thinking. His father must be angry at his brother's behavior. He did not know his brother's background or what happened 8 years ago, so he must be thinking of himself as an elder. He was waiting for his brother to take the initiative to greet him. And his brother would definitely not do that. After so many things had happened, he definitely did not want to go back to the past. Thus, they were in a stalemate. Jia Sherdao panicked. He wanted to do something, but he realized that he could not do anything. His brother and father were in a silent stalemate, and he could not do anything at all. At this moment, Sun Lang suddenly smiled and broke the silence. "Uncle, long time no see." Jia Sherdao was startled at first, and then he turned to look at his brother. There was shock and emotion in his eyes. "My brother is willing to go to this extent for me. He must not want to put me in a difficult position." Before he could finish feeling touched, he heard Sun Lang's voice. "Put away your disgusting expression. Don't let your father see anything wrong. There are priorities. I'm not that rigid. By the way, this so-called uncle is what Lin Daiyu calls me." "Huh? Lin Daiyu? But she wouldn't call my father Uncle Ah." However, Jia Sherdao had learned to observe people's expressions and to play dumb in the years he spent with his brother. He would not expose such trivial matters. After all, he had already known how narrow-minded someone could be. On the other hand, Jia Su heaved a sigh of relief. At least this kid knew some manners and did not become a maniac who did not recognize his family. Since Sun Lang had given him a way out, Jia Su, who was smart, immediately went along with it. He glanced at Jia Sherdao and said, "Let's go in and talk." Sun Lang turned around and entered the house first. Jia Sherdao greeted his father and said in a low voice, "Father." Jia Su glanced at him and snorted coldly without saying a word. "Little bastard, I thought of a way to send you out, but you came back with your brother. Are you afraid that the Jia family will die together?" But at this point, it was useless to say anything. "Let's take one step at a time." He led Jia Sherdao into the house. Sun Lang was already standing aside with his hands behind his back. He turned to Jia Su and said lightly, "Uncle, I saw that you were in a hurry. Is there something urgent?" Hearing this, Jia Su's face darkened. "It's a long story. Let's not talk about this for now. Since you're working in Qinzhou, how can you leave by castle without permission?" Although his tone was stiff, there was concern in it. After all, his nephew was doing something big in Qinzhou. He was fighting against the emperor and the imperial court. How could he be distracted and come to Xia State at such a critical time? After all, the emperor was not someone to be trifled with. Sun Lang replied, I had to come. I have the emperor's weakness. If he wants to get rid of the passive situation, he has to do something else. The Ronggua mansion is a very suitable target. I sent a letter to Mingzhou yesterday to ask Shui Baochai about the Jia family. She wrote back that the old lady was unwell. I don't know if it's a coincidence or a conspiracy. Just in case, I'll come and take a look first. Hearing this, Jia Su's face darkened. I received news yesterday that the old lady was sick. When I hurried over, I found your grandmother sick in bed, Sun Lang frowned. How is she? Jia Su's face darkened. Not good. I heard that she was just not feeling well at first. The old lady is strong and has always been healthy, so she didn't think much of it. Later, she realized that something was wrong. He looked a little tired. Last night, I was at the Ronggua mansion massaging Auntie's blood and nourishing her organs. She only felt better after working for half the night. Sun Lang said coldly, I'm asking what happened to her. Jia Su glanced at him and did not pursue the rudeness in Sun Lang's tone. He knew that his nephew had a deep relationship with his grandmother. It was a good thing that his nephew was anxious because of their old relationship. He answered, I don't know. The doctors we hired couldn't find anything. The old lady is only drowsy and listless. Her vital qi is also not working well. Other than that, there are no obvious symptoms. Jia Su glanced at Sun Lang and asked curiously, Didn't you go back to take a look? Sun Lang said calmly, Now's not the time. This was the way to talk to smart people. If you were vague about certain things, the other party would automatically fill in the blanks for you. This would increase your credibility. Jia Su nodded thoughtfully. You're right. The old lady is old and can't take surprises and shocks. You still have important things to do. You can't be distracted for now. He believed Sun Lang's words for the time being. It was not his fault. No matter how smart a person was, their way of thinking would be limited by their own understanding. Even Jia Su could not have imagined that his nephew was an impostor. That was because his greatest impression of his nephew was that he was a famous general who had made many contributions on the Tianyuan battlefield. The man in front of him was a grandmaster in terms of martial arts and bearing, which completely matched his impression. After all, his temperament and power could not be faked at all. He wanted to ask Sun Lang about his next plan, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He remembered something. Wait, you said that you received Shui Baochai's letter from Mingzhou yesterday? Sun Lang nodded. Uncle, did you notice it too? Shui Baochai's information came from the Ronggua residence, of course. It would take at least 2 to 3 days to send a letter from the summer province to Mingzhou even with the fastest messenger eagle. It would take Shui Baochai at least a day to send the letter to me after receiving it. That is to say. He looked at Jia Su and said casually, The old lady has been unwell since a few days ago. At first, I was wondering if someone was blocking the news, but now, it doesn't seem to be the case. I only informed you yesterday because the old lady didn't take it seriously and didn't want to disturb you. Murderous intent appeared on Jia Su's face as he said coldly, That's not necessarily the case. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. Jia Su seemed to have thought of something. He was furious and slapped the desk next to him. With a boom, wood chips flew everywhere. That bitch. Sun Lang said casually, Uncle, please speak nicely. Jia Su looked at Sun Lang with dissatisfaction. He felt that something was amiss. He felt that this nephew of his did not respect him as an elder or uncle. He was too arrogant and impudent. However, now was not the time to be polite. He said coldly, You just came back. I'm afraid you don't know yet, but the news that the old lady is sick in bed has spread all over the city. Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao looked at each other, and they saw the surprise and amusement in each other's eyes. Jia Su's face was gloomy, and he didn't notice the details of their conversation. He continued, "The old lady has been supporting the Rongwa residents for the past 2 years. She means a lot to the Jia family. If she falls, half of the Rongwa residents will collapse, and all kinds of clowns will jump out. Therefore, the news that she's sick should be kept a secret. But it has spread all over the city," Sun Lang said. "That's why we suspect that there's a mole in the Rongwa residence." Jia Su looked at him in surprise. "You?" Sun Lang nodded. "What a coincidence. We know about this. When we came into the city this morning, we heard the news in a tea-house by the roadside. We caught the ruffian who was talking nonsense and interrogated him. When we came here, we found that uncle wasn't here. I discussed with Shi Dao and decided to investigate this first." Jia Su's expression changed. "What did you find?" "Wang Ren, a member of the Wang family, Wang Shifeng's brother. According to the rumor monger, the source of the rumor seems to be Old Master Wang." Sun Lang said, "We can ask Old Master Wang if it has anything to do with Wang Shifeng." Jia Su was surprised to hear Sun Lang call Wang Shifeng's name, but soon, the surprise was replaced by another expression. He said slowly, "Then you're destined to return empty-handed." Sun Lang frowned. "What happened?" "That's why I came back in a hurry." Jia Su's face was gloomy and his tone was cold. "I was busy for half a night last night, and I only went to bed after I finished channeling my spiritual energy for Auntie. But this morning I was woken up by a commotion, because since last night, the news of the old lady being bedridden has spread throughout Jinling City." Sun Lang said, "With the Jia family's power and influence, it's easy to trace the source of the rumor." Jia Su heard this and his tone became heavier. "Yes, Jinling is the world of the 4 great families. With the Jia family's power, it's not difficult to find the source of the rumor. It only took us an hour to find the source of the rumor. Just like you, it's Wang Ren from the Wang family." Sun Lang said faintly, "Old madam is bedridden. Everyone in the Rongwa residence should have kept their mouths shut. Not many people know about it. The only person who has the right to know and contact Wang Ren is probably Wang Shifeng. She's very suspicious." Jia Su replied in a gloomy tone, "Of course it's huge." After finding out the source of the rumor, Wang Shifeng disappeared without a trace. We searched the entire residence but couldn't find her. Everyone in the residence is in a mess. At this point, Jia Su glanced at Sun Lang. "There are no males in the Rongwa residence, so we have to give an explanation to the Wang family. I have no choice but to deal with Wang Ren personally. Furthermore, Wang Shifeng is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps she has returned to her maternal home. Since that woman is from the Rongwa residence, we have to capture her for questioning." Sun Lang said calmly, "But it seems like Uncle returned empty-handed." "No, there's something to be gained." Jia Su's tone was cold. "The Jia residence has been weak for the past 2 years. The other 3 families don't even put us in their eyes. When I went to the Wang family, they were polite. When we talked about this matter, they only threw out a steward who served Wang Ren as a scapegoat. When I asked about Wang Ren's whereabouts, they avoided the topic. When I asked about Wang Shifeng, they didn't even know." Jia Su's face was filled with dissatisfaction, but a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Sun Lang noticed this detail. "I think something surprising must have happened." It was indeed a surprise. Jia Su sneered. "I was arguing with the Wang family head when a servant suddenly rushed in and said that Wang Ren was dead. At that time, the old man's face was very good." Silenced. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. "Uncle, since you're so happy, could the person who killed him be Wang Ren was slapped to death in the house. His chest was shattered. He died under the Wang family's ancestral white dragon palm. There aren't many members of the Wang family who have such power." Jia Su said, "Check the wound. The palm print is small and the edge of the palm is soft. It's the work of a woman." "A woman, a member of the Wang family." The list of suspects has been narrowed down. After screening all the female members who have such power and submitting witnesses, there's only one person left. Sun Lang nodded. Wang Shifeng. Chapter 735. Jia Sherdao had been listening the whole time. He had no right to speak here. However, what his father said was too bizarre. He couldn't help but ask, Sister Feng? Could it be that all of this is her? Jia Su looked at him coldly, as if he was angry at his son's impetuousness. Subconsciously, Jia Sherdao took a step toward Sun Lang. Emboldened, he braced himself and said, I just thought it was a little strange. Sun Lang nodded thoughtfully. Tell me about it. Jia Sherdao took 2 deep breaths. After calming down, he calmed down and calmed down. He said slowly, Father, do you mean that Sister Feng blocked the news of the elder ancestor's illness and secretly colluded with her brother to spread the rumor? She even killed her own brother after it was exposed? Jia Su said coldly, That's not what I mean. All the clues and evidence point to this point. Jia Sherdao said in a low voice, Then what's the motive? Why would Sister Feng do this? What good would it do her to collude with her brother to spread the rumor? In the end, she didn't hesitate to kill her own brother? It's a tragedy for siblings to kill each other. Wang Shifeng didn't hesitate to do this. There must be a truth that she didn't hesitate to kill her brother to cover it up, Jia Su answered. So we must find her. Jia Sherdao looked at Sun Lang and said boldly, But father, there are too many doubts. There are too many suspicious points in this matter. Putting aside Sister Feng's motive for the time being, you have also heard of her wisdom and means. Even if she had the intention to do something bad, how could she do it so obviously that everyone found out the truth in an hour? When he said this, he simply threw caution to the wind and said loudly, Lord Father is wise. If all of this is really Wang Shifeng's doing, then none of us will let her go. But if all of this is a setup, Jia Su glared at him, then don't we have to find her first? Jia Sherdao was tongue-tied. Huh! Sun Lang sneered. Are you stupid? If you can see the problem, why can't your father see it? Jia Sherdao was dazed at first, and then he realized something and looked at his father shyly. After all, he had the gut. Jia Su couldn't be bothered to look at this retarded son. He looked at the calm Sun Lang and sighed inwardly. Son of a bitch. Both of them gave birth to sons, but why is my son so much worse than this one? Sun Lang was very familiar with this kind of gaze. Back when he was in the army, he was often baptized by this kind of gaze. That's right, this was the gaze of, the more you look at other people's children, the more pleasing and envious they become. Therefore, he smiled and comforted him. Uncle, you're thinking too much. Actually, it's not that bad. What's the saying? Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the offspring of mice know how to dig holes. Oh, I'm wrong. Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's that like father, like son, unless you're green. Cough cough. He almost spilled the beans and hurriedly changed the topic. Alright, let's get down to business. Jia Su looked at Sun Lang and wanted to say something, but he held himself back. He sighed inwardly. No one had disciplined this child since he was young, and the old lady only spoiled him. When he entered the army, he was spoiled by a group of old generals because he was brave and good at fighting, and no one could discipline him at all. Later, he became a general himself, and there was less and less discipline, which led to his current state. To put it simply, this child was hopeless, and it was useless to say anything now. He shook his head and said, It seems like you already understand. No matter what the truth is, Wang Shifeng is indeed missing. She must have the answer we want. Sun Lang nodded and continued, This is very suspicious. There are about 3 possibilities for Wang Shifeng's disappearance. First, she was exposed and ran away to avoid punishment. Second, she was framed and killed. Third, Jia Su said coldly. She was framed and realized that danger was approaching. She also realized that she couldn't defend herself, so she had no choice but to run away. Jia Sherdao said, I think she's not the first one. The possibility of the first one is indeed small. Sun Lang said slowly, this work is too crude. If Wang Shifeng was such a stupid woman, why would she be in charge of the Rongwa mansion? Jia Su added, maybe she set up this trap on purpose to lure us to clear her name. Sun Lang immediately asked, what's her motive? Jia Su immediately answered, of course, it's to return to the Rongwa mansion at the right time and hide in broad daylight with the most innocent identity. Sun Lang continued to ask, what's her motive? Jia Su said meaningfully, that depends on what happens next. The two of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. The two of them asked and answered, figuring out the possibilities. Jia Su was a schemer who had no taboos, and he had to consider all possibilities. Sun Lang wouldn't believe it easily, and he had to suspect everything. Therefore, the two of them were facing each other. With Jia Sherdao's scheming and intelligence, he could naturally keep up with the two of them, but what he lacked was a cold and rational heart. After all, he was young and had followed his brother. There were some things he hadn't learned, so he wouldn't be like his father and brother, who didn't know where Sister Feng was and who might be framed, persecuted, or even hunted down, and coldly consider the possibility that she might betray them. He knew that after his brother and father finished answering and smiling, they had already prepared a plan. Even if they found Sister Feng in the future, they wouldn't be at ease. As Jia Sherdao sighed inwardly, the uncle and nephew's conspiracy continued. Sun Lang said, let's put aside the second possibility for now. A dead person is meaningless, and there's no basis for a plan. Let's assume that she's still alive. Jia Su added, there's no need to care about the first possibility. If Wang Shifeng is such an idiot, she won't be able to escape for long. Let's discuss the third possibility first. Or rather, the first possibility and the third possibility can be considered together. That is, Wang Shifeng's escape was a decision she made after careful consideration. He continued, also, we can't just consider this matter. We have to consider the hidden meaning behind it, because Wang Shifeng's whereabouts and whether she's dead or alive have never been the most important. Sun Lang nodded. He and Jia Su had a consensus on this. The most important thing is the conspiracy behind Wang Shifeng's disappearance. The most important thing is whether or not there's a deeper layer behind this. The most important thing is who's involved in this, and where is Rongwa Mansion, Sun Lang said indifferently. It's too much of a coincidence for this to happen at this time. Jia Su glanced at Sun Lang. At this point, he wouldn't complain about anything, because it was meaningless. Because at this point, he could only deal with it as it came. Therefore, he said calmly, it's too much of a coincidence. Just as you suspected, there might be the shadow of the imperial court behind this. Stirring up waves in the Jia mansion, and even causing a shocking change, will undoubtedly attract your attention and even force you to leave Qin province. In this case, the imperial court will have a chance to enter and interfere with the Bai castle, thus turning the situation around and taking the initiative. Sun Lang said indifferently, this is the worst-case scenario. I hope it's not so. Jia Su looked at Sun Lang and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, I really want to know, which Achilles' heel of the Emperor have you grasped? This plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain is so careful and restrained. It's simply petty. The current Emperor is a decisive monarch. He's never done anything so sullen before. What did you do to make him so apprehensive? Sun Lang smiled and said, Uncle, it's better if you don't know. Jia Su nodded slightly and said, you're an opinionated child. As the saying goes, a grown son can't be controlled by his mother, let alone me, your uncle. Whatever you want to do, the Jia mansion can't interfere. I can only hope that before you do anything, you can think of the old lady who loves you, the old and young in the Jia mansion, the family business of your ancestors, and the future of the Jia mansion. Jia Sherdao immediately jumped out to smooth things over. Father, my brother knows. Jia Su glared at him unhappily and said, What do you know? It was a bit indirect. He couldn't teach his nephew a lesson, so he could only vent his anger on his own son. How pitiful! Sun Lang glanced at the miserable Jia Sherdao and said calmly, Uncle, don't worry too much. You should know the current situation when you see the Emperor's apprehension and restraint. You should be at ease. Jia Su smiled bitterly. Damn it, at ease my ass. What you're doing is putting your life on the line. If you lose, you'll have your entire family wiped out. Who could be at ease? But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't persuade, pull, or beat him. Even a wise man with a perfect plan couldn't do anything. This wasn't something that could be done with wisdom and eloquence. You've already put the Jia mansion on the chariot. What's the point of talking about this? Jia Su sighed. Fortunately, your martial arts seem to be better than before. Then I'm relieved. The world is so big that even someone as powerful as Huda can't cover the sky with one hand. Your martial arts, talents, achievements, identity, and reputation are all there. You'll be treated with respect in the 4 kingdoms of metal, wood, water, and fire. If the worst happens in the future, you and your brother will have a place to go. It's fine if you go abroad to continue your descendants, expand your family, or accumulate strength to make a comeback. At least you won't cut off the bloodline of your ancestors. Jia Sherdao said in a low voice, Father, since there's nothing to worry about, let's go all out. Jia Su turned a deaf ear to his son's whisper. He looked at Sun Lang and smiled sincerely for the first time since he met his nephew. The bow is put away after the birds are killed, and the fox and dog are cooked after the rabbit is killed. Important officials and generals don't have a good ending, and the king kills people out of jealousy. This is the most unfair thing in history. Besides, the Jia family's path to glory has been cut off. Since the emperor is immoral, we don't have to be foolishly loyal. Even the emperor has to pay for bullying people of the Jia family. Although the words were soft, they were powerful. This was a declaration of their position, a promise made by the head of the Ning family to Sun Lang. It was a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. It was an intolerable counterattack since things had already reached this point. It was also what the uncle had said to his nephew. Whoever bullies you, we'll beat him up for you. Jia Sherdao quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at his father or his brother's expression. His father's words excited him and made his blood boil. If he had said this to him a few days ago, he would have jumped for joy. But it was different now. His father didn't know the truth. His father didn't know that his brother wasn't his brother. He wasn't related to the Jia family by blood. If his father knew, what would happen? He didn't dare to imagine. This was the most difficult thing in the world. After a while, Sun Lang sighed and said in a strange tone, I didn't plan to involve the Jia family in this, and I didn't want to borrow their power. Wise people were usually rational and calm, and did not show their emotions on their faces. Jia Su's speech just now was powerful, and if it was another speaker with strong emotions, he would have made people's blood boil and emotions surge, but he just said it indifferently. Therefore, Jia Su didn't show any excitement. He just smiled faintly. You're still a child after all. Sometimes you're too naive. You have to know that there are too many things in this world that you can't control. Some things can't be removed just because you want to. With his hands behind his back, he took a few steps forward and slowly said, No matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always have the mark of the Jia residence on you. This is your birth, your clan. Regardless of whether you break out of the Jia residence, whether we draw a clear line with you, or even if I kidnap you and bring you to the capital, Nothing can change this. In the eyes of the sovereign, in the eyes of the world, you will always be a member of the Jia residence. Jia Shidao's heart was in his throat, but he couldn't say anything now. He was very afraid that his brother would go on a rampage like that night and talk to his father about the past again. Then, things would get out of hand. However, Sun Lang just stayed silent. After a while, he smiled. So that's how it is? Jia Su asked curiously. What? I'm just thinking about something. I seem to have understood something, Sun Lang said calmly. No matter what, let's talk to the emperor first. Jia Su quickly got into the mood. What he said before was not so much a declaration of joining, but a declaration of allegiance. After all, the situation was like this, and he had no choice. This was his nephew. Who should he help if not him? It was useless to help the emperor. He had already seen the emperor's face. At this point, no matter what he did, he couldn't dispel the emperor's suspicion and killing intent. In this case, he might as well give him a hard blow. Therefore, Jia Su said from the perspective of a counselor, rebellion is a big thing. We have to plan slowly. We can't rush it. We have to be careful step by step. I don't know how far you want to go, but it won't be small. Since you're already at odds with the emperor, you have to go all the way. In this case, the goal of the rebellion is to at least drive the emperor into the palace and prevent the imperial edict from leaving the palace. Oh, he said it. His father said the word rebellion without changing his expression. His attitude changed so quickly. He didn't hesitate to call himself a rebel. And it's so scary. What do you mean by at least? At least drive the emperor into the palace? That's the lowest expectation? Father, what else do you want? And what a terrifyingly high demand. Jia Shidao cursed in his heart, but what made him speechless was that his brother actually nodded repeatedly to show his agreement. Well, with his brother's audacious personality, he definitely wasn't just thinking about driving the emperor into the palace. He must be thinking about something even more audacious. Fortunately, his brother and father were both rational people. They knew the importance of things and didn't do something terrible like sitting on the ground and talking about rebellion. Sun Lang said, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to solve the hidden crisis in the Jia mansion and find out the truth. If it's necessary to pull out the nail, pull out the nail. If it's necessary to kill, kill." Jia Su nodded and said, "That's right. We have to solve the problem first. The Jia mansion is rich and controls Jinling together with the 4 big families. The Jiangnan family is complicated. Our influence can spread to the entire Xia state. Tidying up Jinling will give you further help. Although you want to fight against the emperor, you're not alone. Because the emperor and his subjects are never one. There are many other people besides you who want to stop the imperial power." Sun Lang sneered and said, "I know. Everyone is waving flags and shouting, asking me to lead the charge." Jia Su didn't care. This means that you're popular. It means that you have enough reputation and ability to make everyone trust you. There are 2 sides to everything. Leading the charge is something only a leader can do. If you do it, you'll be the leader. This is a challenge and an opportunity. Sun Lang's mocking expression deepened. The premise is that after defeating the emperor, I can subdue them and prevent them from burning the bridge and stealing the fruits of victory. Jia Su said lightly, "Is that difficult?" "It's not." Sun Lang's tone turned cold. "Because I won't be tripped by the same rock twice. It's not difficult as long as we prepare early and take precautions." Jia Su nodded. "It's not too late to start now. Stabilizing the Jia mansion, unifying Jinling, and even the Xia state. We need to accumulate strength. Everything would start from the Jia mansion and Wang Shifeng." The 2 of them looked at each other and the time of the wise began again. Wang Shifeng. Sun Lang took the lead. The big breakthrough in this matter is Wang Shifeng. We have already made the assumption that she didn't die and didn't do anything stupid. Her disappearance is the result of her own choice, no matter what her purpose is. Jia Su continued, since she chose to escape, it means one thing. Regardless of her motive, she must be hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to return. Sun Lang asked, since she wanted to return, why did she run away? Jia Su answered, because all the evidence and clues are against her. Regardless of whether she did it or not, she's the biggest suspect. If she doesn't escape, she'll definitely be arrested and interrogated. I think that's what scares her the most. Sun Lang muttered, if she was framed, it means that she has already realized the impending danger. In other words, she felt that her life would be in danger if she was detained and interrogated, so she escaped. In other words, she has already realized the impending danger and knows the source of the danger. Jia Su agreed. That's right. Let's assume that she was framed and had no choice but to escape. Since that's the case, she must be feeling indignant. Regardless of whether it's because of the grievances or because of the ownership of Rongwa Manor, she definitely won't hide her identity. She must be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Sun Lang seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. What opportunity? Jia Su answered without hesitation, of course, it's an opportunity to clear her name and turn the tide. Sun Lang continued to ask, then why did she run away? Why didn't she stay behind to complain? Jia Su answered, because she didn't trust me. Because she was afraid. Because she knew that the Rongwa residents and I couldn't protect her. Because she knew that once she was under house arrest, her life could be taken away at any time. That's why she decided to run away, even if she had to bear the crime of killing her brother and being disloyal. Sun Lang's speech speed became faster. Then under what circumstances will she appear again after she has already hidden herself? Jia Su looked at Sun Lang and his eyes lit up. Unless there's someone who can guarantee her safety, and she trusts that person enough. Apart from that, that person also has the stand and ability to get rid of the evil spirits and return the Rongwa residents to peace. Under such circumstances, she would appear to ask for help. Sun Lang was silent for a moment before he said slowly, it's me. That's right, it's you. You've made great contributions and are strong in martial arts. You're her beloved brother and the heir of the Rongwa residence. The Rongwa residence is your home. Only you have the ability and stand to save the Jia residents. Only you can make her trust you. As long as you appear, she'll definitely appear. Jia Su calmly added a condition. As long as she is innocent, as long as she is framed, she will definitely appear and beg you to help her find out the truth after hearing the news. Under Jia Shidao's anxious gaze, Sun Lang said calmly, what if she's not innocent? Wang Shifeng is not an idiot. She did it so crudely. If she is not innocent, then it must be a well-planned trick. If that is the case, she is also waiting for you, waiting for a chance to hide by your side openly, Jia Su said expressionlessly. The result will be the same. Sun Lang smiled. That's why I have to appear. Jia Su smiled too. But if you leave Qinzhou, you'll fall into the imperial court's trap. Sun Lang's smile was also joyful. Then I won't let them be so comfortable. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Now that he had analyzed the cause and effect, seen through the details, and determined the enemy's general scheme, it was time for him to set up a counterattack and set up a trap. Sun Lang said, let's make a big move in Qinzhou first and lead the old emperor by the nose. Chapter 736. After a series of discussions, the initial tone of the matter was set. Jia Su said, you've thought it through thoroughly. The general direction is correct. Next, we'll have to improvise. You've been on the battlefield for a long time. Sun Lang smiled. The initiative is in our hands. It's the emperor and the others who need to improvise. Jia Su smiled. You're leaving now? Sun Lang shook his head. No, we'll go back at night. There are still some things to do here. Jia Su frowned. Looking for Wang Shifeng? Now that the Jia and Wang families have their eyes on her, that's half of Jinling's power. If the two families work together, we can turn Jinling upside down. Both the legal and illegal forces are at our disposal. If we can't find her, we won't be able to find her even with you. I know, Sun Lang replied. I want to see Wang Ren's body. Jia Su thought for a moment. Wang Ren's death is very strange. We can tell from the wound that it was done by a woman. It's also the Wang family's martial arts. There are very few women in the Wang family who have such skills. Everyone else can provide alibis. Only Wang Shifeng is the most suspicious. But she disappeared, so she's the prime suspect, although there are many strange things about this case. He made up his mind. You want to see the body? That's fine. Your martial arts are much better than ours. Maybe you can find something we can't find. Jia Su paced 2 steps on the spot. But your identity and whereabouts have to be kept a secret. If someone is behind all this, he or she will definitely keep an eye on everything that needs attention. Even though I have a way to sneak you in, if the enemy wants to, he or she will definitely be able to find you. Sun Lang said, I'll think of something myself. Jia Su looked outside and said, All right, I've been here for a long time. Now that Wang Ren is dead and Wang Shifeng is missing, the Jia and Wang families are shocked. Now that Wang Shifeng, who is involved in the murder of Wang Ren and the safety of Rongguo residents, is missing, both families want to find her. I came back this time to arrange a plan and use the power of Ningguo residents to find the missing Wang Shifeng. We can't delay any longer. Sun Lang asked, How's the Rongguo mansion? In the past 2 years, the old mistress has been getting older, and the power of the Jia mansion has been delegated. Wang Shifeng is smart, capable, and experienced. She also pleases the old mistress and is the eldest sister-in-law, so she is in charge of the power of the Jia mansion. She is the backbone of the Rongguo mansion. He sighed and said, Shui Baochai and Lin Daiyu are far away in the north. There are 2 fewer people we can rely on. Fortunately, your sister Tanchun is a meticulous person. She took up the responsibility during the chaos. I really underestimated her before. Third Miss is as smart and capable as Wang Shifeng. It's just that she's usually quiet and gentle. Sun Lang nodded. That's good. Not at all. Jia Su glanced at him. A man's ambition is to travel the world, but he also has to take care of his family. How difficult is it for a widow and an orphan to support a family? Do you think Wang Shifeng and Jia Tanchun are willing to show their faces in public? Wasn't it because there wasn't an indomitable man at home? It's fine that you hid your identity before, but now that you have shown yourself, you should take over the family business as soon as possible so that they can rest assured. Previously, he had discussed the great cause of rebellion with Sun Lang as an equal. That was a separate matter. Now that they were talking about private matters, he was an elder. It was only right and proper for him to give advice and educate his nephew on such matters. But Jia Sherdao complained to himself. Every time he heard his father say something like that, he was scared to death. He was afraid that his father's words were too harsh, and it would trigger something in his brother's heart, which would make him go crazy and make a big scene. Things would get out of hand. However, Sun Lang still maintained the greatest restraint. He smiled calmly and said, Uncle, you are right. I will remember. Oh. His brother's humble acceptance and unrepentance technique. After all, Jia Su had only seen his nephew a few times. He didn't know that this little brat had already developed a thick skin. In the past, when he had done something out of line or made big news in the army, he would pretend to accept it humbly when he was reprimanded. Then, he would turn around and do his own thing. He was satisfied to see his nephew give in. He patted Sun Lang's shoulder and glared at Jia Sherdao, who had a strange expression on his face. I am going to arrange something. This little bastard knows where the Wang family is. If you want to see the body, let him take you there quietly. I will leave this little bastard to you. Jia Su's tone was very calm, without a trace of emotion. He was also a father who was not good at expressing his feelings, although this kind of behavior was equivalent to entrusting. As he said before, if Sun Lang failed, he could always take Jia Sherdao far away and leave the bloodline of the Rong and Ning mansions. At least, the Jia family wouldn't die out. Jia Sherdao whispered, "Father." Sun Lang nodded and said, "Don't worry, uncle." After Jia Su left, Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao went back the way they came and left Ningguo Mansion secretly. They put on the cloak to hide their identities again. Jia Sherdao seemed to be in a bad mood. Sun Lang walked and glanced at him casually. "You have something on your mind?" Jia Sherdao nodded and said, "Yes. Brother and father made a plan before, and I could only listen. Father, are you disappointed in me?" Sun Lang said faintly, "You can't help because your mentality hasn't changed. You still believe that Wang Shifeng is not the murderer, and you can't see her as an enemy, so you can't predict her behavior pattern. This has nothing to do with one's intelligence, but with one's temperament." He waved his hand. "What do you think a counselor is? Sitting on a chair, waving a feather fan with closed eyes, and a flash of inspiration is an earth-shattering plan? Wrong. A counselor's thinking process is very boring and tedious. He has to find useful information from a large amount of information, think from another perspective, build a model, perfect his thinking, and finally come to the right conclusion. That's what your father and I did before. So you, who can't change your mentality, can't help much." Sun Lang looked at Jia Sherdao, whose head was lowered. "But you don't have to be too disappointed. Your father loves you." Jia Sherdao said in a low voice, "Okay." Sun Lang knocked his head and said, "I'm serious." His cousin was confused. "What?" "Sigh." Sun Lang sighed. "Let me tell you a story. You must want to know what happened in the Bai Castle. In that battle, Bai Jinming and Bai Yue died one after another. I've always felt that Bai Jinming's death and last words became the shadow of Bai Yue's recovery." Then he started to tell Jia Sherdao the story of Bai Yue and his son. It started from Huichuan to the Bai Castle, and then one incident after another. There's no doubt that Bai Jinming loved his father very much. Sun Lang said, when he realized that his father could no longer provide him with protection, he took up the responsibility of protecting his father without hesitation. He knelt down and begged me for mercy, abandoning all his dignity and pride. Everything he did was for the most important person in his heart. He was the head of the Bai family and Bai Yue's son. He only lived for these two identities, right and wrong, good and evil, not important at all. He was a good son, but also a bastard. When he found out that we brought his father back, his first reaction was to kill us. He was probably afraid that we would spread the news that Bai Yue had gone crazy. He didn't have the skill and courage to unify the Bai clan, so he wasn't able to unify the entire Bai clan. He was moved by the heavenly policy palace's false promises and overestimated himself. He also underestimated me. He wanted to betray the Bai clan, but in the end, he was beaten to a pulp by me. His body was covered in blood, and he looked crazy and despairing. Sun Lang was silent for a moment, as if he was recalling the scene at that time. Then he said to Jia Sherdao, "But when he was plotting to betray us, when he was desperate, he was always thinking about his father. When Rushu showed up, the entire Bai castle collapsed like the end of the world. Everyone was running for their lives, but he ignored everything and went to find his father. In the end, he died in his father's arms. Before he died, he said something very interesting. He said that his father didn't teach him well. His father hired many teachers for him, but they didn't teach him anything. So he destroyed the Bai family and messed up everything. Jia Sherdao asked curiously, what was it? Sun Lang said lightly, hero. Bai Jinming said that his heroic father only forgot to teach his son to be a hero. Bai Jinming wasn't a hero, so he couldn't act like one. So he wanted to kill us when he saw us, so he pretended to be polite with me. So he betrayed us under the influence of Tensei province. He was just a mediocre person, a conscientious patriarch. In the end, he didn't achieve anything and lost everything. Before he died, he must have thought that if his father had been in his position, he would have done better than him. His father didn't teach him to be an indomitable hero. This was his regret, and it was also Bai Yue's regret. Old Bai must have realized that he owed his son a lot. Sun Lang stopped and turned around to look at Jia Sherdao. He said calmly, but you weren't like that. The cousin was surprised. What? Your father taught you well. You won't have such regrets. Sun Lang patted Jia Sherdao's shoulder and said, don't be fooled by him. He cares about you a lot, so he'll find a way to send you to me. After making sure that I'll protect you no matter what, he'll have nothing to worry about. Bai Yue didn't discipline his son well, so Bai Jinming ended up like this. But your father has been teaching you well, so you've always been a good boy. Jia Sherdao was stunned. His face slowly turned red. He was a bit embarrassed. Your King embarrassed. Disgusting. Sun Lang frowned in disgust. In short, that's it. Your father loves you deeply, and I think you do too. So, don't keep the words in your heart. Tell him, don't be like Bai Jinming. If he had the courage to say those words earlier, maybe things would be different. He was silent for a moment, and then calmly added, and don't be like me. Jia Sherdao was shocked. He looked up with a heavy heart and said sadly, brother, a lot of things have happened recently, so I'm a bit sentimental. Especially when I think about the past, so I miss the past more and more. Sun Lang's tone was calm. There were no emotional fluctuations because all the sadness had been buried in his heart. The crying and missing had faded away with time. Jia Sherdao mustered up his courage and said softly, brother, what kind of person was your father? Sun Lang didn't say anything. When Jia Sherdao started to worry and was ready to apologize, Sun Lang said, actually, I don't remember clearly. He said as he walked. He was an ordinary person, just like all of us. He had strengths and weaknesses. When I was young, I thought my father was an omniscient and omnipotent God. As I grew up, I gradually had my own ideas, so there were conflicts and friction. Later, as I grew up, I realized that there were things my father didn't know and couldn't do. And those things I knew I could do. That's why I felt a sense of accomplishment. That's why I gradually gained the upper hand in the relationship between father and son. My mentality also became more relaxed. Sun Lang chuckled. There was a sense of pride and satisfaction. And now, everything has gone with the wind. He said calmly, when I finally accepted reality and broke free from endless longing, I already realized that I couldn't go home. I would never see them again. Only after losing them will one regret. This is the most ridiculous thing about human beings. Only then did I remember their good points and forget their bad points. I only thought about them and missed them. But memories and emotions can deceive you. When you forget their bad points and their bad points, their shadows will become blurry and unreal. Only a vague image is left, full of warmth and love, shining brightly, but you can't see it clearly. Sun Lang said softly, it's very ironic. I firmly remember a lot of things about my hometown. Whether it's the proper things, the improper things, the useful things, or the messy things, I've tried my best to remember and remember them. But I can't remember what my parents looked like. Jia Sherdao's eyes turned red, and tears swirled in his eyes. He truly understood his brother's sadness and regret, and felt sad for him. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, brother, everything will be fine. They must want you to be safe and happy forever. So, you can start over and build a big happy family. Sun Lang said expressionlessly. What do you mean? Jia Sherdao said blankly. What do you mean? Sun Lang said in a complicated tone. You're saying that you want me to start over and build a happy family, and you're holding my hand tightly with your dog paws. Are you hinting at something? Jia Sherdao froze for a moment. He seemed to have misunderstood and smiled warmly. Of course I'll help you. Shangju Ge crushing fist. Using the iron fist of love to break younger brother's fantasy. Probably. Jia Sherdao was showing his true feelings when he was suddenly punched. He bent like a shrimp and fell to the ground. His face was blank and confused. What's wrong now? Sun Lang coldly glanced at him. You're a chatterbox. Jia Sherdao, who had experienced his brother's moodiness again, got up helplessly and patted the dirt off his body. He looked at his brother's back in front of him and smiled helplessly. His brother was still like this. Not honest. But it's okay. We're brothers and I'll always be by his side. And father, he remembered what his brother had said before, about the by father and son, and his brother's last words. Jia Sherdao remembered this in his heart. Maybe he had to find time to have a good talk with his father. But now, he quickly caught up and shouted, Brother, it's not that way. Jia Sherdao grew up in Jinling, so he knew everything in Jinling. He naturally knew the Wang family, which was one of the 4 big families like the Jia family. Soon, he brought Sun Lang to the Wang family's mansion. The Wang family's mansion was as grand as the Ningguo mansion. It was also a rich and noble family with high walls. Usually, it was as crowded as a marketplace. However, the air was a bit tense today, probably because of Wang Ren's murder case. There were many more people standing guard in front of the gate than in the Ningguo mansion. There were people patrolling around the courtyard walls, and the security was very tight. After all, siblings killing each other, and the younger sister killing her brother, was enough to shake the entire family. For the extremely prideful and arrogant aristocratic families, this was an extremely shameful matter, and absolutely could not be made public. They had to search for Wang Shifeng and block the news at the same time. As for Wang Ren, who had died tragically, they would probably announce that he had died of a sudden illness and be buried early. Sun Lang saw this and frowned. He had planned to bring Jia Sherdao in with him, but the security was so tight that it was much more difficult to sneak in alone. Jia Sherdao also saw his brother's dilemma. He said in a low voice, Brother, you can go in by yourself. I'll wait outside. I'm not very familiar with the Wang family anyway, so I can only lead you here. Sun Lang thought for a while and said, Then I'll go in and take a look. You stay here and don't move. Jia Sherdao didn't know that he was being taken advantage of. He nodded and said, Brother, you can go in by yourself. I'll wait here. Sun Lang nodded and said, Good boy. I'll bring you some oranges when I come back. Why oranges? You're talking nonsense again. Brother, you called me a chatterbox. I think it's you. Jia Sherdao complained in his heart. He looked around and found an intersection with shade trees. There were more people there, so it wouldn't be strange to stay there. I'll wait there. Sun Lang said, Okay, I'll be back soon. He took out a grenade from his pocket. I don't have any more piercing arrows. I'll take this. If anything happens, I'll use this. Sun Lang was known for his love of flamethrowers in the army. Taking advantage of his position, he extorted and collected a lot of guns and weapons from the flamethrower nation. As his younger brother, Jia Sherdao had also received strict education and training from his brother. Jia Sherdao was very familiar with all kinds of flamethrower weapons after countless target practice. Oh, by the way, he was a target. Dodging bullets and catching bullets was a necessary skill for an excellent warrior. Jia Sherdao took the grenade and weighed it in his hand. It had been more than 2 years, and he even missed the steel balls in this iron lump. Sun Lang smiled eerily. Since you miss it so much, let's try the seraph next time. Jia Sherdao looked at his brother sadly as he left. He kept the grenades in his sleeves and calmly walked to the tree at the intersection. He stood with his sword in his arms and put on a cold and distant appearance. He had the token of the Jia mansion and the warrant that his father had just written. Even if he encountered people who came to investigate, he would do his best to deal with them. He closed his eyes and waited for his brother to come back. It wasn't a bad thing to be alone. He could think about what had happened today. He was still young, and he couldn't handle what had happened today. He wasn't as calm and collected as his father and brother. After all, he hadn't seen much. Madame Shi, Wang Shifeng, Wang Ren, the Wang family, Rongua Mansion, Ningua Mansion, and his brother. Many things were tangled up, and there was a huge fog behind it. It seemed that someone was secretly controlling all of this. The conspiracy shrouded the Jia mansion, and it was very likely that it was directed at his brother. He would never allow this to happen. Jia Sherdao opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the high wall of the Wang family. He hoped that his brother could find some useful information. He hoped that he could be invincible as always. Jia Sherdao looked away and was about to close his eyes again, but the next moment, he was shocked. Oh, what's wrong with the Wang family? Why are there so many people? I heard that a young mistress of the Wang family, who married into the Rongua mansion, killed her brother and ran away. There are so many dirty things hidden in this big family. Lower your voice. Old man, how dare you say that here? Be careful not to be heard. They'll slap you in the face in the alley. Bulsh *T, I heard this in the square before. There are more than 10 people who know about this. I'm afraid the news has spread even further now. No matter how domineering the Wang family is, can they fight back? Stop talking. Let's go another way. Jia Sherdao looked in that direction in surprise. He saw 2 strong old men mumbling as they walked towards another road. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the Wang family. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. For the Wang family, who prided themselves on being good at running the family, killing each other was undoubtedly a big disgrace. Even if their brains were squeezed by the door, they wouldn't spread this kind of thing. So, what was going on? Who was it that was spreading the rumors? Jia Sherdao's eyes flickered. Brother, the water in Jinling seems to be deeper than you think. Chapter 737. Jia Sherdao's heart was pounding. First, it was the Jia mansion, and now it was the Wangs. The elder master was the pillar of the Rongua mansion, and her every move would affect the fate of the entire mansion. Even if she was sick, she should block the news and not let anyone know about it. But the news soon spread everywhere. Wang Shifeng had killed Wang Ren, and her sister had killed his brother. It was obviously a huge scandal for the Wang family, which was known as the family of poetry and sword. If the news spread, the whole family would become a laughing stock. They would block the news at all costs and not let anyone know about it. But just now, an ordinary old man heard about it from his neighbor. The news spread too fast, too early, and caught everyone off guard. Jia Sherdao could clearly imagine the anger and madness of the head of the Wang family. Who was it that was spreading these rumors? It had only been a short time since the Wang family found out that Wang Ren had been killed, and the rumors had already spread, which meant that the mastermind had been prepared and executed very well. Prepared? Why would they have been prepared? Was Wang Ren's death part of their plan? What was going on? If Sister Feng had really killed Wang Ren, how could they be so sure that Sister Feng would kill his brother? Could it be Jia Sherdao's heart was beating fast, and his mouth was dry? His heart was in a mess, and his firm trust in Sister Feng was gradually shaken. Just as his father said, there was irrefutable evidence, and it would be difficult for her to clear her name. However, this kind of thing was not something he could worry about. It was already beyond the scope of his ability. He would leave it to his elder brother and father to investigate who was behind the rumors and what kind of inside story was behind it. Jia Sherdao looked at the backs of the two old men as they left. He was hesitating whether to chase after them and ask them in detail. After all, they were going far away and they might have useful information, but his brother asked him to stay here and not move. Jia Sherdao pondered for a while and quickly made a decision. Forget it, he wouldn't go. There was no need to take the risk, and there was no need to disobey his brother's orders. The targets were just two normal old people, and the news came from the neighbors. Since the rumors had already been spread, then the news and clues about the two old people were not that important. If he could get any information from them, then he could get it from other people as well. The Jia family and the Wang family have great influence in Jinling. If they want to track down the source of the rumor, their efficiency and strength will be much higher than ours. After all, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Their sources of information are very wide. I'm just afraid that the mastermind behind all of this has also anticipated this matter. No matter how hard the Wang clan tries, they won't be able to find the truth and the true culprit. Sigh, what's the use of me going? In the end, it was his brother's order that suppressed his desire to show off and explore. After weighing the pros and cons, Jia Sherdao gave up the idea of acting on his own and continued to lean against the wall with his eyes closed. The two old men took a turn at an intersection. There was a carriage parked there, and there were several date vendors across the street. A well-dressed coachman, a travel-worn peddler, and a doddering old man. They looked at each other, and the peddler near the intersection shook his head slightly. It didn't match his old face and hunchbacked body. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the two old men, and one of them said, F***CK, this kid is really calm. The other man seemed to be his assistant. The target didn't catch up. What should we do? The old man who spoke at the beginning also played the role of the comedian before. He used his superb acting skills to spread the bait and reveal the news of the rumor to Jia Sherdao. However, the flawless plan failed. He seemed to be the leader of this group. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his orders. He pondered for a moment and said, "Got it? Since he doesn't want to come, we'll go to him. The task given by the master must be completed. You must work hard to move forward." His partner said in surprise, "Are we going to kidnap him directly? This kid is not weak, and he's not far from the Wang family. If the Wang family is alerted, the plan will fail." As the leader, the old man snorted. "It doesn't matter if the Wang family is alerted. What's important is that we must do things cleanly and take them by surprise. We don't need to attack directly. Listen, next B and I will run back in panic. C, D, E, and G, you guys are responsible for chasing us," he said in a low voice. "Do you understand? The two of us are just idlers who heard some gossip and spread it everywhere. You guys are strong people with ulterior motives. You want to capture us and interrogate us. You guys are pressuring us step by step. We hurriedly ran away and asked that hero for help. When he comes out to protect us, the few of us will attack together and catch him off guard." Everyone didn't understand at first, but after the leader explained, they all understood. B said, "I see. Wonderful, wonderful. No wonder you're the leader," A sneered. "Of course, if I didn't have some skills, why would the master appoint me as a general? Since you guys already understand, then get ready. We'll get to work. After we succeed, we'll drive the carriage and retreat as fast as we can according to the original plan. We'll bring this kid back. Do you understand?" B said, "This plan is very good. It'll definitely work. But what about the other kid who's with him? That kid seems to be heading in the direction of the Wang family. Are we going to leave him alone?" I hesitated. The master said that we only need to capture one, but if we capture two, it'll show that we know how to do things. But if we capture two, I'm afraid it's not safe. If we delay until the second one comes back, our plan won't work. He weighed the pros and cons and made the right choice. Let's do it now. I don't care anymore. He and B looked at each other and nodded. Then, they took a deep breath and a panicked and helpless expression appeared on their faces. They counted to 3 in their hearts and prepared to run out. They were now playing the role of 2 gossipy old men who were chattering on the road about Wang Ren's murder. However, the evil forces on the side of the road heard them. The other party was the lackey of the Wang family and was very interested in this news. Thus, he showed up and threatened them. The 2 poor old men panicked, and could only turn around and run. And in that direction, there was a warm-hearted hero. Seeing the 2 old and helpless old men being chased and teased by the evil forces, he would definitely see injustice and pull out his sword to help. At that time, he would understand that if he wanted to be a hero, he would have to pay the price. It was a perfect plan. However, just as A and B were about to rush out, their expressions changed. Because the earth was shaking slightly, there was a chaotic sound of horse hooves coming from the other side of the street. Roughly listening, there were dozens of riders, and they were rushing over here. A hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" The group of horses came very quickly. In a moment, dust was flying, and a group of knights had already come over. The 2 men in the lead were riding tall horses, black and white. Both of them were very strong, and there was not a trace of impurity on their bodies. The horses were so handsome, and the knights on them were even more extraordinary. The man in the lead had a strong back and a strong body, like a black bear from the mountains. Only such an extraordinary horse could carry such a good man. The other man beside him had a well-proportioned and strong body, and his eyes were as malicious as a wolf's. In an instant, the 2 men had rushed over this intersection and glanced at A, B, C, D and the others. The coachman driving the carriage, the peddler selling dates, and the ordinary old men. They had already set up their posture and were ready to start their performance, but suddenly they met a group of passing spectators, and they looked like they were not to be trifled with. This was King embarrassing. The 2 knights in the lead just glanced at them, and they felt a huge pressure. Obviously, no matter from these 2 eyes, or from the fact that they were leading a group of knights, these 2 guys were not to be trifled with. If they continued to play the role of evil forces forcing helpless old men, perhaps the heroes who were brave for justice would change from the mission target over there to this group of horses. Damn. The originally perfect plan had gone wrong in a strange place. Accursed a few times in his heart. Looking at the innocent eyes of his companions, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a minute. Wait for these guys to go far away." One of the people who was in charge of acting as a date peddler was closer to the intersection. He shook his body as if nothing had happened and looked in that direction. They seemed to be going to the Wang family. I froze for a moment and then wondered, why are they all going to the Wang family? The Wang family has been in a lot of trouble recently. Humph, don't worry so much, our mission is just to catch that kid, but soon, the date peddler stammered, that kid is going to the Wang family. A was shocked, and regardless of the risk of being exposed, he looked over. Previously, Jia Sherdao had weighed the pros and cons, and gave up the idea of going over to ask questions. He was focused on waiting for his brother to come back, because this was not an important clue, and there was no need to go over. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves. Jia Sherdao frowned. In all the counties and prefectures of the empire, there was a rule that prohibited horses from galloping on the streets, except for urgent military affairs and urgent documents. But that was just the law. The law was just a tool for rulers to maintain order, and the law of the empire was just a tool for the strong to rule the weak. In other words, the law could only bind the weak. For the strong, the law was just nonsense written on a piece of paper. The 4 great clans held absolute power in Jinling. Therefore, the laws of the city could not be compared to the laws of the clans. The masters of the 4 great clans basically treated some rules and regulations as nothing. Running a horse on the street was naturally a trivial matter. Even if they accidentally killed someone, they could just throw a servant to take the blame. At most, they would have to pay some money. So, who was it? The Sher family or the Shui family? What were they doing here? Soon, Jia Sherdao got the answer. The Sher family. The galloping knights whizzed past not far in front of him. They seemed to be in a hurry, and just glanced at Jia Sherdao, who was wearing a cloak and leaning against the wall, and then looked away, not taking this mysterious person seriously. Jia Sherdao's heart beat violently. He was surprised because he knew the 2 people in the lead. He lowered his head slightly, and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he spat out the 2 names in a low voice. It was them, the Sher family. Sher Stallone. Sher Wengong, the flying bear and eagle of the Sher family. Among the 4 great clans, only the Sher clan still maintained a strong momentum. That was because there were several talented leaders in the new generation of their clan. The rest of the families were in a bit of a shortage. Needless to say, the Jia family had almost lit up half of the sky of the Tianyuan era when the elder brother was still alive. He alone could overshadow the shining stars of Tianyuan, let alone the young people of the Sher family, who were not even qualified to carry the elder brother's shoes. However, he disappeared after the battle of the Great Barren Mountain, and the Rongwa mansion fell from the clouds. As for the Ningwa mansion, Jia Sherdao went to become a monk out of anger. As the head of the 4 big families, the Jia family was in a huge embarrassment of a complete lack of talent. The Shui family was not much better, because the Shui family had already moved from official to business. The most capable Shui Baochai had announced that she was going to marry into the Rongwa mansion, and she was a girl. The Wang family was in a similar situation. The most capable Wang Shifeng gave birth to a girl. Many talents in the family died in the battlefield, and most of the people left were mediocre people. Only the older generation was strong. Obviously, the hope of the family was in their young people. Too many things had been destroyed in the war. Only the Sher family maintained a strong momentum. Among the young people who represented hope, there were many outstanding talents emerging, and the power balance of the 4 big families was gradually unbalanced. It was obvious that the Jia family would lose their dominant position, and the Sher family wanted to replace them. In the past 2 years, the Sher family was indeed aggressive. The reason why they didn't shed all pretense of cordiality was because of their elder brother's remaining power, and also because of old Madame Sher's face. However, this situation couldn't be maintained for long. The Sher family had become more arrogant and overbearing in the past 2 years. After all, human desires and greed were endless. The question now was, what were they doing here? Alarm bells rang in Jia Sherdao's heart. 2 of the most outstanding young people of the Sher family were the most difficult to deal with. Obviously, they were coming for the Wang family. In such an environment, the rumor of Madame Sher's illness had not stopped, and the rumor of Wang Shifeng killing her elder brother had not stopped. The murder case of the Wang family, the crisis of the Jia family, and now the 2 Sher brothers were coming with great fanfare. What were they doing here? Filled with curiosity and worry, Jia Sherdao walked slowly toward them as if nothing had happened. He saw the knights dismount from their horses and escort the Sher brothers to the gate of the Wang family's house. Ah, right, no matter what you want to do. My elder brother is still inside. 2 friends of the Sher family, I hope you have fun. Jia Sherdao's mood suddenly improved. Since his elder brother was back, the Sher family should not be a problem, right? A, B, C, and D looked at Jia Sherdao, who was walking further and further away. They could not help but reach out their hands to call him back. However, it was useless. B said in a complicated tone, What should we do? Do we do it now? Do not do it. Don't you see that the riders are staying outside? If we don't hit them, we won't be able to leave. A gritted his teeth and said, Wait. Damn it, that guy must be waiting for his partner to come out. You wait, I will wait too. If you piss me off, I will arrest both of you. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.